I like the helmet jump.
He needs healing.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to our Halloween special of Players and Creators. I am the Dungeon Master. And as you can probably see from my getup, you'll see our players in a moment in their interesting Halloween costumes. But you can see from mine, I'll be very honest. This is a kind of a mishmash of stuff that I've been working on for about a year and a half, 2 years. Steampunk costume that I just constantly keep adding to. This is I'm wearing it right now, but as soon as we're done with our opening, this sucker's coming off because it is not conducive to sitting for 4 hours. But we wanted to welcome you to the stream. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for watching. In response to all the support and everybody who's been watching us and been supporting us, tonight we're doing I keep hitting the mic. Tonight we're doing our first giveaway, and that giveaway is the D&D starter set. As you can see here, this is a really great starter set. This is actually the campaign that we started on, this whole group started on 2.5 years ago, The Lost Mines of Phandelver. You can only get the campaign in the starter set. So this is going to be part of the giveaway. There's also another part of the giveaway, which I'll get to in a moment, but I want to explain how the giveaway will work. So the way it will work, for those of you who are in the chat right now watching, the channel points are in this chat called gold coins. And the way you enter into this contest is to actually, you will be purchasing tickets using those channel points. And for those who don't know, the channel points are, you accumulate channel points the more you actually just watch the stream. You just keep getting them and getting them and getting them. The giveaway will start, it hasn't started yet, but the giveaway will start. You're actually going to see a little giveaway pop-up come up when we're done with all of this. Trust me, you're not going to miss it. It'll say giveaway, and it'll show you that the giveaway is ongoing. We're going to be doing the giveaway up until the break. Once the break happens, as long as you can still see the pop-up, the giveaway is going. But once that pop-up disappears, guess what? That means that all tickets are going to be counted, and we're picking a winner at that point. So at the end of the break, we will actually announce the winners. There will be multiple of the giveaway. So the first prize is the starter set. The second prize is actually being donated by two of our players, where let me just bring them up real quick, where they have donated for this giveaway a tarot deck. It is a Rider-Waite tarot deck, and you can choose either the English or the Spanish version. As you can see, Laurie, who plays Rowan, she's holding them up right now. That is going to go to our second place winner. So the first place is, as I said, the Dungeons and Dragons starter set. And the second prize will be the Rider-Waite tarot deck. And that is thanks again to Laurie and Lauren, who are both here, are phenomenal. And now you can actually see everybody's makeup and costuming there. Laurie, do you want to tell them a little bit about where you're donating this from?
Sure, DM. This prize comes to you directly from Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. It's from our shop. It's called Into the Mist. It's a metaphysical shop. We specialize in crystals, candles, gemstones, and tarot supplies. Check us out on Facebook or Google us, Into the Mist. Mist is spelled with a Y. Bethlehem, Pennsylvania.
Okay, thank you, Lori. So What you're going to see in a moment, you will actually see the pop up for the giveaway, and the giveaway starts now. Once I get that pop up going, fine. Let's see. Please bear with us. This is brand new, so there we go. Pop-up's there. As long as you see that little pop-up, and it should be on every screen that we might transition to over the course of the game. As long as you see that, you'll be able to enter. Now, the way you actually enter the contest and buy the tickets is in the chat. You can actually, the chat will occasionally prompt you, but you can also !tickets and then space and then the actual number of tickets you want to purchase, and that will be according to how many channel points or gold coins in this case you own, or !enter space and the number of tickets you want to purchase. Now, the more tickets you purchase, the better your chance to actually win the giveaway. That's essentially how it works. And you can only purchase the tickets through the gold coins, and you get that just by watching the stream. Okay? So in our stream, it is actually called gold coins. They're called gold coins in the corner. Sarah?
It's actually not the channel points, it's the loyalty points that will purchase the tickets.
Loyalty points. Okay, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I just wanted to make sure that was...
Okay, that's fine. So our moderators will be, if you have any questions, our moderators will absolutely be able to answer those questions the best they can. But yeah, so the giveaway is going to continue through the break. At the end of the break, once that disappears, as I said before, that'll mean that the giveaway is done, and when we come back from break, we'll announce who the winners are. And now I'm going to take my little dragon friend off my shoulder because it's killing me here. I do this stuff for you guys. Ugh. So, oh my god, this is so much better. Ugh. Additionally, wanted to also let folks know that as we're rolling things out, given that the Halloween season will be ending, unfortunately, this week, I will go into a deep depression. I'm joking. But what'll happen is we're actually going to roll out some new, a few new looks to the stream, different kinds of things that are less Halloween based. Although if it were up to me, I'd probably keep the Halloween stuff all year. It is kind of up to me, but I don't want to keep that. I think that'll be a little stale if I keep that all year. I want to keep those for the special season for Halloween. But yeah, look for new things. We're actually going to be rolling out follower. We're going to have some follower goals, and we're also going to have some sub goals coming up. And for those who joined us, and I want to thank those who joined us for the Q&A that happened last Sunday. You'll know that one of the sub goals down the line, it's going to be one of the first ones, is going to be once we hit a certain sub goal, you all will get to help me in creating an NPC that will show up in this game. That'll be a lot of fun. I can't wait to do that. But as I said, in order to do that, we're gonna have to reach that goal together. So if you get a chance, you take a look at, you can go back and take a look at the VOD, but all of that stuff we're going to be slowly rolling out over the next couple of weeks, right after Halloween's done. And the last thing I have, again, is just a reminder about Halloween night in our Discord, which you can actually find in our About section. You can actually find the link to our Discord at 9 p.m. Eastern. we will be doing a watch party for Beetlejuice. So if you're not doing anything Halloween at 9 p.m., please join us. That's going to be a hell of a lot of fun. Whether you've seen it before or you've never seen it before, join us. That movie is always a great laugh, especially with a lot of friends. So we hope you'll join us for that. And with that, I believe we're ready to jump into the game. Unless anybody has anything else? Anyone? Bueller? All right, excellent. Excellent. So, with that, let's pick up where we left off last time. You all were after your battle with some very, very strange ogres and learning, making new friends with an item that was you kind of passed back and forth between Galen and Leah. You also discovered that Leah had some kind of magical boat to get you up the river toward the Ustalak, and definitely from there one of your destinations, which you all decided to go to, which was Trostenwald. After some really good sailing from folks who had no clue how to sail, and some additional not so great rolls that really showed that you all didn't know how to sail, you actually did make it what seemed to be most of the way through the Gehem Basin, possibly into the Ustalak. But upon entering this open area, you found not only that mist started to come off of the waters that you were in, but you found that your boat was slowly being pulled. While this was happening, you were also freaking out because due to hitting rocks in your journey with the boat suffered damage, and you were also taking on water. Thankfully, for some reason, the force that was pulling your boat pulled you to a shore before your boat could be completely submerged in water. Spookily enough, there were a bunch of other boats, small dinghies, that were strewn along this shoreline that you found yourself pulled to. And after some investigating by Hope and Leah, you found that there were two large crystals that were pulling, that seemed to have like this heartbeat glow. And you were somewhat drawn to it. Hope was feeling something coming from them. And then after walking past these crystals, the mist seemed to have cleared. And there you found a keep. The keep seemed to be decorated for some reason with lots of pumpkins and different colored gourds, as well as what looked like streamers of some sort. A sign on the gate, the front gate, that had said "Enter at own risk" seemed to have been crossed out, and another sign hammered onto that sign saying "Welcome." The party eventually decided, after some hesitation, to actually make their way to the front door. As you made your way to the door, it slowly began to rain. A steady rain that seemed to also kind of dissipate the mist somewhat, even more. In this happening, I believe it was Hope grabbed one of the door knockers and boom, boom, boom on the door. And after about a minute or so, the door creaked open. And as the door creaked open, you began to hear the sounds of laughter and music, which you had heard sporadically in the wind as you approached this keep. but now it is far more pronounced. And now you stand at the open door, the smell of food hitting your nostrils, the sound of music, very, very joyful music happening, laughter and talking. And as the door opens, it doesn't open fully, it opens partially. You all look and don't see anything at first. And then slowly you look down and you can see standing in between the door and what looks like a foyer of some kind is this little goblin wearing a long red, like dark red maroon robe. A little shock of almost like platinum blonde hair, like ever so small on the top of his head. Large ears that at the ends droop somewhat. And you see a few earrings on both ears, hoop earrings, gold and silver, as he looks up to all of you. Hello.
Good evening, sir. Me and my party were traveling to Trostenwald and we got pulled off course. Is there any way you would allow us some sanctuary for the evening?
He kind of like looks at all of you for a moment. And then since you're the one that addressed him, Rowan, he looks back at you and he goes, "You're all wet."
Yes, it's raining.
Very well. Please come inside. He opens the door a little more, and as he opens the door, you can see now all strewn all over the floor. Everywhere you can see is just like, it looks like hay. Like straw and hay just thrown on the floor. You can also see that there is, at least mostly right in the foyer, there seems to be a lot of muddy footprints caked onto a lot of the straw and hay, which you did actually see leading up to this keep. Many footprints, it looked like, making their way up this way. You all make your way into the foyer, and you can see even more pumpkins and gourds just strewing the floor and along some of the walls. You can actually see at the far end of this foyer, on the left and right sides of this foyer, what look like two scarecrows with just hay and stuffing coming out of the neck and the chest, just kind of like just hanging on the walls, very festive like. And you can see stairs going up, and you can see another set of double doors, maybe 50 or 60 feet ahead of you, which are closed, and it seems to be where all of the music is coming from. In between you and those doors are also a large round table, and you can see what seems like cloaks, like wet cloaks, that are just kind of tossed on this round table. As you make your way in, you see yet another goblin come through the double doors and close the doors, and she has a tray, and she starts making her way towards you. She's about the same size as the other goblin, but you can see she has no hair. Her ears are just as large, and she is wearing an orange bow tied to one of her ears. She is wearing what seems like an orange dress, kind of almost in tune with the festive decorations that are around you right now. She walks up to all of you with the tray and she goes, "Would you like something to eat?"
Thank you. That's very generous of you. Are you the masters of the keep?
No, the male goblin says, "We are the servants." The master is inside.
Excellent. I should very much like to meet them.
Yes, you've arrived on a rather special evening. It's probably fortuitous. Normally, the castle is not as occupied as it is this evening.
I don't want to disturb your festivities.
No, I'm sure the master will not have any issues. She always says the more the merrier. It's
I
kind
didn't
of
even bring a gift.
no, your presence alone will probably be gift enough. But please, and he kind of motions you to grab something off of the tray. Please try one of these delicious hors d'oeuvres. My sister made these herself. And then the little goblin horse, she goes, "Yes, I did."
Galen
I grabbed
takes
a
one.
canapé.
Yeah, as you reach down, they look like deviled eggs.
I grab one and palm it and make it look like I eat it.
Okay,
right.
make a sleight of hand check for me.
Two things. One, I eat the deviled egg, and two, how drunk is Galen? Because he was stress drinking last session.
Oh,
So
I will say roll me a Constitution saving throw. What'd you get, Rowan, for your sleight of hand?
Give me a sec. I'm opening a new pack of dice.
Uh-oh. Galen, what'd you get for your Constitution saving throw?
She means business.
15.
15. We'll say that you're not for schnickered, but you are pretty. You're on your way to being blazed. You are definitely drunk, but you're not like I can't function drunk. If that makes any sense. You're not blind stinking drunk.
Also, how are those deviled eggs? I just ate them. I was like, oh.
Oh, it's actually delicious.
I take another one.
And as you take another one, she looks at you and goes, "I'm so glad you like them."
They're very good, lady. As he's trying to put himself together and be polite.
My name is Chartreuse.
My name is Galen. Galen. Yes.
It's good to meet you, Galen. Rowan, what'd you get?
I rolled a 20, not nat.
Okay, 29.
Chartreuse is such a lovely name.
Why, thank you. And you are? I'm sorry?
I'm so sorry. I forgot my manners. We had a bit of a difficulty getting here. My name is Rowan. It's good to meet you.
It's a pleasure to meet you. And she kind of looks at all of you for the first time, like all of you, and kind of takes you all in. You seem to be a very interesting group of people.
I'd say so.
Excellent. Would anybody else like more?
No, thank you.
I'm gonna grab one, but I'm gonna examine it, intently.
Okay.
Do I smell anything a little off? Like, things that aren't cooking herbs or anything like that?
Make a... Well, are you're just smelling or looking or what are you actually trying to ascertain?
I'm examining and smelling. I was thinking it might be a medicine check, but then maybe just an insight or perception.
Actually, it would be more investigation. So,
Okay.
because you're literally kind of looking at it and inspecting it, and so roll me an investigation check.
You should eat them. They're very good, Jarina.
I got a 4.
A 4? It's like an egg, maybe. It's got some like red speckles on it, and it smells pretty good. Like it's but yeah, it's like an egg.
All right, I'm gonna eat it.
Okay, you eat it. It's delicious. It's got like a little bit of a peppery kick to it as you eat, but it's slowly. It's not like burning or anything like that. It's nice. It's like a nice taste to it. And considering your investigation check, you're really not sure what the ingredients are, but they blend very nicely, and it's really good.
Miss Chartreuse, may I have another?
Yeah. Oh yeah, of course. And she kind of holds up the tray a little more.
I grabbed 2 more.
Okay, yeah, you grab 2 more. Maya's kind of on your shoulder, going like she's kind of like nudging you like she wants one.
I hand her one and I shove the other in my mouth.
Yeah, she grabs it with her 2 claws and she just gobbles it up.
That's new.
It's like, so as this is all going on, the other goblin is kind of like he's kind of looking a little exasperated. He goes, "Maybe we should all adjourn to the ballroom, so the master they may introduce themselves to the master."
I kind of reach over and grab a couple of eggs.
Yeah, right. By now there's only 3 left. So how many are you taking?
I'll take the last 3.
Okay, you swipe, and Chartreuse looks at her tray. She goes, "Oh, it's so good to find people with such healthy appetites."
I speak to the butler, I assume, and I say, "I'm sorry, sir, I didn't catch your name."
Oh, I am Jeff. I am the master of this of the house servants here, but we all serve the master.
Okay, well, let's meet him then, shall we?
I shall introduce you to her. Yes, come, please follow me. And he kind of walks ahead of you. Chartreuse kind of like now that her tray is empty, she kind of folds it under her arm, and she just kind of like sidesteps right next to him, and they walk up to the door, and they both open up the doors. And as the doors open, you see this massive ballroom. On the left side, you can now see where the music is coming from. You can see what looks like a bunch of minstrels on like a platform stage, all tieflings. And they're just one of them is playing a lute. The other, there is an actual piano on the stage, and he's playing the piano. Another is playing a flute, and they're just kind of like really getting into it. And there's 5 of them all together. And they're just like one of them is like on a percussion drum, just kind of like going at it, and they're really like kind of getting into it. And you can see that in the middle of the ballroom, it's completely cleared out. There's no table in the middle, but there are tables on the sides of the walls and lined with food, just different kinds of food. You can see full roast pigs. You can see breads and vegetables and fruits, all different types of meats, just platters and platters, and then just pitchers and pitchers of drink. You don't know what kind of drink they are, but they're just pitchers and pitchers of drink. In the center of the room, all kind of like dancing and or just chatting with each other, are about 24 individuals, all various races. You see a couple of dragonborn, you see about 4 tieflings, you see 2 half elves, you see a couple of halflings, you see a few dwarves. I mean, it's just a smattering. You don't see any humans. There are no humans, but it's just a smattering of other types of races here. There is also one other drow, and they're all just kind of just talking amongst each other, and, having a good time. They're laughing. They're all wearing similar robes, like long, dark black robes, and they all seem to be wearing. It's like an orange cravat, almost kind of sticking out of the front of the robe. They are also wearing glasses that similar. They look like this, like the glasses that I'm currently wearing, and they're all just talking with each other and drinking and laughing. There's a few dancing with each other, and then and the ballroom itself, the walls are a dark, beautiful, polished wood. And it's just like very beautiful paintings of individuals that most of you probably don't know. Yeah, none of you would actually know. You see a couple of humans. You see a few drow, and they're all like very like portraits of people who may have possibly lived here. You're not sure, but individual portraits, and they're all very like they obviously pose for these portraits. There is one tiefling, and there's a couple of landscape pictures, very, very beautiful. At the far end of this ballroom, you see this beautiful chandelier, which is giving most of the light in this ballroom. That seems to be made of some kind of like maybe bone or antlers or something. And it's massive, and there's so many candles. As far as you can see, they look like candles, just kind of hanging on the chandelier, and but they're giving off like a soft orange glow as opposed to red and orange like a normal candle would. And the ceiling itself is maybe about 15-20 feet high. It's very tall. There's a lot of echo in here, so the music itself is just permeating throughout this room. And at the very end, not only is the chandelier there, but there is a raised dais where there seems to be a curtain that is currently closed, like a very like dark green velvet curtain that is closed. It almost looks like maybe it's a stage, you're not sure. And above that is a large orange banner that says "Welcome, Children." And that is what you see as you walk into here, that being led by Jeff, and Chartreuse. Jarina?
Do I see any gnomes?
There are 2 gnomes.
How far away are they from me?
They actually seem to be at the base of the dais on the other side of the room. There are stairs that actually lead up to this dais, and they're kind of like at the bottom of these stairs, kind of talking to each other, but they almost seem to be like waiting for something. And that's about maybe 40. No, that's actually about maybe 60 feet away from you where you're at. It's a huge ball.
Oh, okay. I'm just gonna keep following everybody.
Okay. Does anybody else want to do anything, or?
Is the music catchy?
Yeah, the music is catchy. It's a very it's like a jaunty tune. It's nice enough that people are dancing and having a great time, and yeah.
Galen is gonna hold the urge to dance until he talks to whoever this person is. Once they're done with their weird conversation, he's just gonna go out and dance.
Okay. So as you're all being led, down the stairs into this ballroom, Jeff turns around to all of you, and he says, "The master is probably speaking with some of her guests. If you wish to introduce yourselves, you may do so. She does usually have a line waiting to speak with her." And he kind of motions to where those 2 gnomes are kind of standing, and he goes, "If you hurry, you might be able to get in to see her before the line gets longer. But otherwise, please make yourselves comfortable. There's plenty of food and drink. Enjoy the music and company of everyone here. It's not often that we all get together like this. So please, take advantage. And he just kind of stares at all of you as he says this. Yes, Hope.
I'd like to say something to him.
Hold on. Hope?
Yeah, I just kind of sidle over to Jarena and hand her one of the eggs and whisper in her ear for Maya.
Are you sure?
The other two are already gone. I ate them.
I split half. Thank you, Hope. I split half. One half for Maya and the other half for me.
Oh yeah, she takes it, gobbles it up.
I address Jeff, if possible.
Sure, go ahead, yeah.
I say, I'm sorry, what is your master's name? And what does she look like? I don't want to embarrass myself.
Oh, well, as I said, if you wait on the line, you definitely won't miss her. But her full nom de guerre is Professor Francesca Niebold-Furter, transmutation specialist. This is how she likes to be referred to. So if you would please don't deviate, no pet names, until you become familiar with her. It would be considered disrespectful.
Yes, I'm sorry. It's Professor Francesca
Niebold-Furter. It's Zemnian.
Very good. Thank you for your help, Jeff.
You're quite welcome. Do any of you require any further assistance before I continue with my duties for the evening?
No, I think we're okay.
Very well. Enjoy yourselves, as I said. Take advantage of each other. I mean, of the surroundings. And good evening. And he kind of slightly bows. And he looks at Chartreuse and goes, "Come, sister." She goes, "Okay. Have fun. I cooked a lot of this. Enjoy it."
Awesome.
Thank you.
And they kind of turn back up the stairs and close the doors. What do you guys want to do?
Galen is going to run and dance into the crowd of people, or into where everyone's dancing.
Very peculiar.
I'm going to look at Maya and say, I didn't know you liked eggs. I thought you only liked meat.
Well, eggs are a good source of protein.
I'm getting online to meet this mysterious professor.
Okay.
I'm gonna join Rowan, but I'm not gonna stay in line. I want to approach the two gnomes.
Okay.
I want to bow at them, and in Gnomish, I want to say, "Hi there, how are you?"
Okay. So Rowan, yeah, you get online behind these two gnomes. Galen, as you run into the group of people, there's like two dragonborn, two tieflings, a dwarf, and a half elf that are all kind of dancing. And as you run into the middle of them, they don't even stop. They just kind of open up a little to allow you in, and then they just keep dancing all together, and they're just like kind of like letting you be part of this little dance party that they're doing. And it's just like no problem. Like it's like, "Hey, how are you?" And they're just kind of, nobody's really talking to each other, but they really seem like into the music, and they're just kind of dancing all together. Jarena, as you approach, they are already in the middle. They're like in the middle of a conversation, and Rowan, you don't understand what they're saying. But Jarina, as you approach, make a perception check for me.
4.
4. Yeah, even though you can tell that they're actually speaking Gnomish, you don't, the music's a little loud. There's a lot going on. You really don't hear what they're saying as you kind of jump in, while they're speaking, and you say, "Hi, how are you?" And they kind of turn to you for a moment, and with their heads cocked, like looking up at you, and then they both get these big smiles on their faces, and then in Gnomish back to you, they're like, "It's amazing to hear someone of your size actually be able to speak Gnomish like that. That's amazing. Where did you learn that? Your accent is so good."
I respond back in Gnomish. I learned it from my family.
Oh, your family deserves so much credit. It's amazing. And you are now like, they just start talking with you, and they're more interested in you right now. Like, whatever they were talking about, they instantly stop talking about it, and they're just like asking you questions about your family and who are you, and just not like super prying questions, but like, general questions that you're comfortable answering, and they don't seem to like be pushing you or anything. But they seem super friendly and super open now that you're actually talking. Rowan, between the three of them, all you hear, and between Jarina and these two little gnomes, you've got no idea what's going on.
I go into the queue with them.
Okay, Phoebe, yeah. You stand right behind Rowan, kind of next to her, and you see the same thing. Just the three, Jarina and these two little gnomes, just kind of talking with each other and just kind of going at it, like, in this, you would assume they're speaking Gnomish.
I say to Phoebe, the members of this group never cease to amaze me.
I couldn't agree more.
Squall, what are you doing while all this is happening?
With a drink in hand, I'm going into wallflower mode and just kind of watching. It's too much charades going on, and I don't necessarily know if I'm comfortable.
Okay. That's fair. Leah, are you doing anything in particular?
I'm gonna walk around and try to get a feel for what's going on, take a little reconnaissance run, look around, see if I can find exits, windows, doors, stuff like that we might need.
Okay.
Just in case.
Okay, make because you're not trying to be like overt about this, right? You're not like, actively looking for stuff. You're just kind of like, kind of mingling and looking around, right?
I'm trying to be nonchalant about it, but
right.
Yeah.
All right, so make me a perception check.
$15.
15. The only doors that you can see in this room are the ones that you came in. You do see that there are some very large, like, stained glass windows on the sides of the wall towards where the kind of dais was, where the dais is. But they start at about maybe 10 feet off the ground. And you can't, it doesn't seem like actual pictures of anything in the stained glass. It just seems to be just stained glass, different colors kind of like put together in an actually, a very unique way. But they don't seem to be actually making any sort of picture or depicting anything in the window. You also do see a lot more pumpkins and gourds around. You also do see hanging, like, similarly out in the hallway, kind of like the decoration, those two scarecrows, one on each side. And the floor is also covered in mostly like straw and hay. You can see what looks like there is like a red carpet, like a beautifully a beautifully embroidered red carpet underneath everything, but it seems like they just threw down the straw in the hay because it started raining or it was wet outside, and they're just trying to not track mud too much over everything, for easy cleanup later. That's what it looks like. But outside of that, you really don't see much of anything else. Everybody seems to be just kind of having a good time, whether, again, it's just dancing or just kind of having conversation with each other. There is this rather portly dragonborn, green dragonborn, who's just at one of the tables, and he's just loading up a plate. And every time he puts one thing on his plate, and then he eats two things. Puts one thing on the plate, then eats two things. And he just hasn't moved from that spot, from that table, except to just keep going up and down the line of food for like the last 2 minutes. Like, it's impressive the way he's putting it away. Outside of that, not much else. Jarina?
In Gnomish, I want to ask the couple, what brought you here? What is this party? Have you met this professor yet?
And they abruptly stop talking to you as you ask this question, and they look at each other kind of confused, and they kind of look at you, and in Gnomish, it's like, so it is a male and female gnome. The male, he has like a black, like jet black hair mohawk that actually goes down to the back of his neck and turns into a ponytail that actually goes all the way down to his mid back. And like everyone else is wearing the same robes, wearing these kind of glasses. The female, she has green hair. Her skin is kind of dark, like very, very suntanned. And again, same robe, same cravat, same glasses. And her hair is just kind of like loose down, pretty long, almost down to the backs of her legs. And they kind of look at each other, they look at you, they go, well, we thought that you were here for the same reason that we were, to speak with the professor. You know, it's not every day that you actually get to meet her and pick her brain and talk to her about all the things that she's been doing. I mean, and then come on, I mean, you know, right?
Unfortunately, I haven't had the pleasure of hearing about this professor. We got marooned here.
And they kind of look at each other and they go, oh, well, you're in for something special. I mean, she's an amazing woman. She's brilliant. She's beautiful. Just wait till you meet her. Wow. I can't believe, to be able to meet her for the first time again. I wish I was you right now. That's amazing. But yeah, no, just wait till you meet her. I mean, she's meeting with people right now, but she'll eventually, she likes to greet all of her guests and make sure that she knows every single person who's here, and makes them feel super welcome. I mean, she's just great.
Well, I'm pretty excited to get to meet her. Thank you for talking with me.
No, please. The pleasure is all ours. Isn't that right, honey? And she goes, yes, it's just so wonderful, Thank you so much. It was such a pleasure to meet you.
Pleasure to meet you too. And I bow and I kind of walk away a little bit to kind of look around.
Yeah, and they kind of bow back to you, and then they start having their conversation again. Hope, what are you doing?
Well, Hope's kind of overwhelmed by all of this. She's never been in a party or... So she's just kind of taking everything in,
Okay.
walking the edges of the room, kind of...
Do you have something open?
I don't know what it is. Hold on. Apparently my nail keeps sliding off my button.
Okay. So I'm sorry, you were saying that she's just kind of a little overwhelmed?
Yeah, she's overwhelmed. She's never been at a party this large or a celebration.
Okay.
So she's walking the edges of the room, kind of keeping to the shadows, taking everything in.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. So after Rowan, after about maybe 2 or 3 minutes after Jarina finishes her conversation with these two gnomes, you watch as the curtains at the top of the dais slowly start to move, and the curtains open up, and out comes a orange skinned tiefling, male, and he's got the robes and the cravat. The glasses are a little askew. The robe is slightly open. He's got his horns actually crest back, all the way back, and kind of point towards the back. And you can see that they're capped in silver. There are some decorations hanging from them. And as he kind of like comes forth from the curtain, he seems to be kind of like starting to close his robe up and kind of getting himself fixed. And he's like, and he just kind of walks down the stairs and just kind of walks by all of you. And then you watch the gnome couple kind of get excited, and they kind of rush up the stairs and go behind the curtain, and the curtain closes.
I whispered to Jarina, what did they tell you?
That they were excited to see the this professor. That her name is so long I don't even remember it.
Don't worry, it's Professor Francesca Neibolt-Furter, Transmutation Specialist. Maybe these people get transformed somehow.
Maybe. They said that this isn't their first time meeting her, so they were actually pretty excited that we have never met her before. So, yeah. Maybe you should talk to her.
Are you sure that's a good idea?
I can't even pronounce her name. I don't want to offend her.
No offense, but this is Rowan that we're talking about.
I mean, you could go with her and make sure she, partner up, but
Maybe
I don't want
Leah?
to speak.
I figured we would all go see her together.
Yes, that's probably best.
I'll just keep quiet then.
Okay. Gail, are you still dancing?
Oh yeah, what's the progress on that?
Oh no, you're all still dancing. You're having a great time.
Do I see Squall just like in the corner, just trying to be quiet?
Yeah, he's kind of like hanging back a little. He's like leaning up against one of the walls. He's kind of out of the way, but he's not like hiding or anything. You can clearly see him.
Hey, Squall! Get your ass over here! This is amazing!
I'm gonna use my echo and send my echo to dance with him.
Okay, he is further than 30 feet from you right now. Just letting you know.
I'm gonna have my echo go up to 30 feet and dance in the distance.
Okay. So Galen, you watch as Squall is just kind of he's got a drink in his hand. He's kind of drinking, and as he takes a sip,
come on!
All of a sudden, right next to him is his echo, just kind of standing there, and it kind of walks a little up to. It looks like it's walking towards you, then stops, and then just kind of awkwardly just kind of starts dancing by itself. And as that happens, the people you're dancing with turn to see who you're talking to, and they watch this happen, and they all go, oh, and they all start clapping, and then they all leave you and surround the echo, and they start dancing with the echo.
I start dancing with the echo as well.
Okay, yeah, you join them, and you're all now dancing with the echo, and the echo is like dancing and has like the most confused look on its face, but is still dancing. Like what's going on here? But it's just still dancing because that's what Squall wanted it to do.
I look at Jarena and Phoebe, and I, after watching this display, and say, "You guys are worried about me, huh?"
I mean, I'm not.
Leah, what are you doing?
I'm keeping an eye on everybody as they walk around, and I'm just watching the party. I had a little bit of food, and I stuck some in my pocket.
Okay. Are you trying to hide the fact that you're stuffing it in your pocket, or are you just doing it?
Just doing it.
Okay. So yeah, so you have some food, you're kind of looking around, you take some of your stuff in your pocket. As you do it, that large green dragonborn that you saw at the table, you hear him behind you, and he goes, "Hey, you don't have to do that here. There's so much food. You're not gonna go hungry. You don't have to do that. It's fine. Come on. You know what? Let me show you the ropes. It looks like you look brand new. Come with me." And he kind of puts his arm around you to try and guide you towards the table. Do you go with him?
Yeah.
Okay. So he kind of brings you over to the table. He goes, "All right. So this is only the second course. All right. So you gotta leave room for later, because this is great. They haven't even brought out dessert yet. I mean, come on. The sweets alone, mwah, it's great."
So is this a regular party every year?
Well, usually the professor likes to have the gathering at least once a year. If she's made any really good progress in her experiments, then usually she'll maybe 2 or 3 times a year. But that would be a very, very special year. But this is the first one this year, so we're looking forward to seeing what she's gonna share with us this year.
What does she usually share? She sounds amazing.
Well, it depends. Like she usually spends most of the year trying to perfect her experiments. When she doesn't know, like if she comes out with a breakthrough, then she'll kind of like, "Oh, come on, we're having a gathering, and I can share with you," because that's the type of person she is. She likes to share her knowledge with us. It's not about, "Oh, I'm the best at transmutation, and no one can surpass me, and I'm not going to share my thoughts and my research with you." No. She wants to uplift all of us, and that's why she does these things. And that's why, I mean, look at this spread. I mean, if this doesn't tell you that she loves us, I don't know what does.
Very true. This is a lot of sharing.
Oh yeah, and like I said, this is only the second course, and the desserts haven't even come out yet. Chartreuse is the most amazing cook, let me tell you. Oh, it's incredible.
So I see. She did all of this herself. Wow, that's pretty amazing.
Well, I mean, she kind of like does like the main courses, and then she's got the kitchen staff to help her like with all the other stuff. But she supervises very well. I mean, she is the head chef. She is the maid. She's in charge. Like she wears many bows in her hair. Well, I mean, she doesn't have hair, but you know what I mean. It's a figure speech.
Yeah, we get it.
Okay.
What has the professor shared in the past? I'm really excited. I want to know what to expect.
Oh, so this is your first time?
It is. And we don't want to make any mistakes. We want to be as respectful as possible.
Oh, well, look, here, as long as you don't get her name wrong, right? That's the first thing. I mean, eventually, if she likes you, like really, really likes you, she'll let you call her by pet names, and that's cool. But when you first meet her, be very respectful. Don't get her name wrong. And that, I mean, she loves people. Like, she's definitely a people person. But that's pretty much, first meeting, that's pretty much all you gotta do. Just don't get her name wrong, and everything will be fine.
Okay. Good to know. So Leah is now looking skeptically at the food. and glad she didn't eat anything, but instead stuck it in her pocket because now she's wondering what was this stuff before it was food.
Okay.
You know, transmutation and all.
Right. Okay. Sure.
Oh no, we lost hope.
Yeah, we lost hope.
We must never
We'll
lose
always have hope.
Never lose hope.
There she is. We got our hope back.
Yay! Okay, so that's going on. That's going on with you, Leah. Let's see. All right, so yeah, it's about 15 or 20 minutes go by. Rowan, Phoebe, and Jarena, as you're all kind of standing on that line, and you watch as the curtains shake again, and the two gnomes kind of walk out. They look just as disheveled as the tiefling that had left previously. They seem to be kind of like straightening their robes and kind of putting the cravat back in. The male gnome, his hair is no longer in a braid in the back and just seems to be kind of like all over the place. And he's kind of like tying it around, and the female gnome, she's just kind of like giggling. Not at anything in particular, but just giggling as they kind of walk down the stairs, and just as they walk by all of you in common, they go, you can go see the professor now. She's right through there, and then they just keep walking.
Sounds like some fun times.
You're not there. You're dancing.
I'm having fun times.
I guess we move ahead to meet her.
Which
Okay.
one of us? Is it Rowan, Jarena, and
Phoebe? Yeah.
I guess the three of us can. I don't really see everybody around. Galen's over there dancing.
Whoa!
We'll speak for him. He's wasted. I don't mind speaking for him.
Okay.
By all means.
So the three of you are gonna go into the curtain.
We approach the professor.
Okay. So the three of you go up the stairs and you kind of part the curtain, and you go in, and on the other side of the curtain, it's dimly lit, but not like, oh my god, it's super dark in here. And all of you have dark vision anyway, so that wouldn't have been a problem. But as the three of you walk past the curtain, you actually see this large chair, heavily decorated, beautifully carved chair. It's got cushioned backing and cushioned seat, with dark red velvet. It seems to be like again almost the same dark polished wood that the walls are made out of, but it's got silver and gold trim on it with these intricate carvings, curved designs. And sitting in the chair, not actually sitting in it, but she's kind of like across the chair with her legs draped over the side, crossed on the side, and she's just kind of like, her butt's in the chair, but her legs are draped on the other side. You see a dark elf, long, beautiful white hair with blue highlights. She's wearing what looks like a bikini top made of some kind of metal. You don't know. It looks silver, but you're not sure. Her dress, if you can call it that, is like a dark green color, and it's slit all the way up to her waist, and she's wearing long, thigh-high, like dark blue, black boots with stiletto heels. And that's all that's what you see in beautiful, like very delicate, sharp looking features, She is wearing a lot of jewelry, like she's got a necklace on. It looks like pearls and like gold and silver. There are a number of rings on her fingers with various stones in them. And as you approach her, and you can actually see her eyes. Her eyes are a light ice blue color. And as you approach, she kind of shifts slightly and looks at the three of you. She goes, "Newcomers. Why, this is a pleasant surprise. Please, come." And
I walk in a few steps, and Rowan dips into a deep curtsy, and she nods her head and she says, "Professor Francesca Nebolt-Berter, transmutation specialist, I assume?"
You assume correctly, my dear. Oh no, please don't kneel. It's I don't want to ruin your clothing. No, it's a pleasure to. So what brings you interesting newcomers to the gathering? I don't remember sending an invite to you.
We had very strange circumstances bring us here, actually. We were traveling to Trossenwald, and we were on a small, river vessel, and we were coming down the river, and the current sped up and took us straight to your keep. It was very strange.
Oh, this is entirely my fault. I'm so sorry. But you see that when we have a gathering here, it's a little something that I cooked up to help my guests once they get closer to my island. So they don't have to consistently keep rowing or exerting themselves in their ships. It's kind of like my little gift to them to help them get to the festivities quicker. It seems like you were caught up in that, and I do apologize. I'm so sorry. I will do everything in my power to make it up to you.
Oh, well, thank you so much. It's very kind of you. We were just looking for sanctuary for the evening when we came to the keep. And it was very generous of your servants to allow us entry into your party here.
Oh no, it's quite all right. It's quite all right. Oh yes, you shall have sanctuary for the evening, or as long as you may need it, without issue.
Thank you so much. I have questions though. Are we in the Eustalocket proper?
And she puts a finger on her lips, and she kind of pulls her lip a little down a little bit, and she's just like, "Well, you are actually dead center of the Ustalock, on my island. So yes."
Oh, thank you so much. And how far would we be from Trostenwald then?
Oh, it's not very far, but again, you are definitely going to need shelter for the evening. And she kind of looks at the three of you, kind of up and down, and we absolutely have to get you all out of those wet clothes.
There are several other members of our party right now. They are enjoying the festivities a little too much, I believe.
There's more of you. That's wonderful. No, and they should absolutely enjoy the festivities. We don't have gatherings like this all the time. So, no, that's fine. I'm sure I'll get to meet them later.
I burst out, "My gosh, you are beautiful."
Oh, you're so sweet. Thank you so much. And what's your name?
My name is Jarina.
Jarina, it's a pleasure to meet you. Especially someone like you. You're so interesting.
In what way?
Oh, well, just the beautiful skin tone that you have. That interesting pseudo-dragon on your shoulder. I mean, that just screams interesting.
Thank you.
And
my name is Rowan, and this is Phoebe.
Oh, excellent. She kind of looks at both of you. She goes, "It's a pleasure to meet you as well." Ah, yes, this is your first gathering. You're gonna have so much fun. I will see to that personally.
Thank you.
And she kind of
Thank-
she kind of swivels very quickly on her butt, until her legs are in front of her, and she kind of gets up, and now you can actually see that she's pretty tall. She's like 6 foot, like maybe a little over 6 foot. And as she stands, you can see that in her hair, it looks like she has like some kind of like metallic threads kind of threaded through her hair. And you can see what looks like a few tattoos that she has on her arms. But as she gets closer, she kind of goes up to you, Jarena, and she goes, "Yes, you're so interesting." And I love, and she kind of puts her finger out to Maya, who, as she does that, Maya kind of leans her head in for a pet, and she kind of starts scratching the top of her head, and she goes, "It's such a cute little pseudo dragon."
Thank you. Her name is Maya.
It's very nice to meet you as well, she says to Maya. And Maya allows her to scratch, and then she goes, and then pulls her head back suddenly, and just, and then just kind of goes back to like chilling on your shoulder. So, if you haven't already, you should absolutely eat. There's plenty of food. After we're finished with the courses and the band is done with their sets, I'm going to make the announcement that we're all going to go up to my laboratory, and then I'm going to make this year's announcement, which again, since this is your first time, I won't spoil it for you. And once that's done, I'll make sure that the servants prepare adequate quarters for all of you and your friends. And then you can be on your way in the morning.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Is there a place where we can dry off or change?
Absolutely. Jeff, and she kind of claps. As she claps, about maybe 20 seconds go by, and coming through the curtain, you see Jeff. And before she even says anything, he's got three robes in his, just kind of holding them in his arms. And she goes, if you like, you could change into these robes. These are usually what the folks who come here for the gathering wear. They are dry, and we can make sure that your belongings are put into your quarters. Jeff makes sure that there are adequate quarters for these folks and their friends. And Jeff's just like, "Yes, master." Yeah. You can change here. I promise I don't blush.
Oh, thank you very much. Let's see.
You can leave
Generous
those.
of you.
You can leave those, Jeff. And he kind of, "Yes, master." He kind of just drops, like unceremoniously, just drops the robes on the ground, turns around and walks out of the curtain. And she is staring hard at all three of you right now.
I start to change, but I make sure I keep my packs, my pouches, and my book with me.
Okay. She watches as you are just kind of changing, not in a creepy way, but it's almost like she is like the way a doctor would examine something. Like there's almost like I can't think of the word. It's kind of like the way a doctor would examine a patient or something that they're studying. Like she just, as you're changing, she just kind of like gives you that once over. So it feels a little creepy in the sense that she's watching you undress, but she's not watching you undress in a sexual way. It's very much like
Fascination.
kind of a fascination, but more of a professional curiosity, I guess.
Do I recognize her tattoos that she has?
Make a perception check.
$13.
13. On her right arm, you can just see what look like these intricate swirls. Um, not any particular design or anything, just like interesting swirls that kind of like go around her arm, mostly around her bicep. On her left arm, you see a heart with an arrow, and in the middle, there's like words there, but you don't know what it says.
They don't look like myriad tattoos, do they?
No, not at all. Like, and
Okay.
you've seen enough of those tattoos in the last couple of weeks that instantly you could tell. No, these are just decorate. These definitely not myriad tattoos. Jarina and Phoebe, are you changing into the robes, or are you just kind of holding the robes? What are you two doing?
How wet are my clothes?
You
armor.
not super wet. Like, you guys were. It started raining as you were standing at the front door, and so you kind of like got that initial like wet, but it's not like soaked through. It's kind of like it's on the surface. It's still a little like clingy, but it's not like soaked to the bone.
I'm going to I'm gonna change into the robes, but I'm going to carry my clothes
Okay.
and armor.
Okay. So yeah,
I proceed to do the same.
Okay. As you do that, she does the same kind of inspection that she gave Rowan as she was changing. She kind of does the same thing for the two of you. Maya, as you're changing, leaps off your shoulder and actually leaps onto the chair. And she doesn't seem to mind. She kind of lets it happen. She watches as Maya does it, and then just goes right back to kind of studying both of you as you're changing. And then as you finish and you're now dressed in the robes, she goes, "All right, this has been fascinating. I can't wait for you and your friends to be part of the festivities this evening. It's going to be so much fun. It was a pleasure meeting you, and I can't wait to meet your friends."
Thank you.
You're welcome. You're so welcome. If there's anybody else waiting online, just send them up.
Absolutely. I call Maya
Thank you.
to
It was
my
a pleasure
shoulder.
meeting you.
Pleasure was all mine. And as you call Maya, she just jumps right from the chair to your shoulder, and you guys leave. And as you leave, you now see that there's about 4 other people waiting online. The next one waiting online is a black dragonborn, who's just kind of standing there with a goblet, and he's kind of talking to a half elf, a female half elf, who's got very, very short, like almost like a pixie cut red hair. And her robe is different than everybody else's robe. Her robe is actually rainbow colored. It's a little distracting, considering how bright red her hair is and how light her skin is. But to everybody else, especially the Dragonborn talking to her, it seems normal.
I head down to inform the others of what happened.
Okay. Do you let anybody? Do you let them know?
I tell the black dragonborn she's ready to see you.
Oh, thank you very much. And as you all leave, you watch as him and the half elf go through the curtains, and leaving the rest of the people on the line, and leaving you.
Now that we're out, I want to put my traveler clothes and my my leather armor into my backpack.
Okay, easy enough. That's no problem. So
I do the same. I put my clothes in my bags, and I just keep my bags on me.
okay, all
I
right.
proceed to do the same.
Fair enough. That's not a problem. So that's the 3 of you. Squall, what's been going on with your Echo and the whole little dance party that's going on? What's anything happening?
You know what? I'm just happy to be left out of the spotlight and just continuously absorbing this spectacle surrounding my echo. Honestly, that's it.
Okay. So as you're kind of you know, having your drink and watching this happen, and being happy that, you know, it's not you that's happening to, you watch as this halfling kind of sidles over to you, kind of like pokes you on your hip, and he goes, "That is some fine work, sir. That is fine work. How did you do that, sir?"
If I told you, I'd have to kill you.
As you say, he just starts chuckling. He's like, "Ha ha ha ha! That's amazing. That is so amazing. I've not seen that kind of magic outside of the dynasty, sir. that is so fascinating. Would you be willing to kind of share those secrets with someone? I would be willing to work as your apprentice, sir."
I'm currently not looking for any companion at the moment.
Okay. I understand. It's no problem. But I will just reiterate, sir. That is amazing work, sir. That is amazing work.
Thanks.
And he just kind of walks away.
Okay.
He seemed a little sauced, but nice enough.
Sure.
Leah, you are still at the table with this green dragonborn. He has not stopped talking about food. In this whole time, it's been about like a good half an hour at this point, where he's laid out like the menu of the last 3 gatherings for you, and his hopes for what the next course is going to be. He just hasn't stopped. He's pleasant enough, nice enough guy. Like he won't stop talking about food. What are you doing? Leah,
Yes.
what are you doing?
I'm sorry.
As he continuously talks to you about food for the next half hour, like what is your response? What are you doing?
I'm going to pretend that I'm paying very deep attention to him, but I'm going to keep looking around the room. And then as soon as I get a chance to get away, I want to whisper to Varys, "What do you think's going on?"
Yeah, so as you're looking around and you kind of whisper that, I will say, make a sleight of hand check. And this is actually just you kind of like talking out of the side of your mouth to Varys, without trying not to let the Dragonborn see that you're doing this.
That was a 27.
27? Yeah, he doesn't notice. As you kind of to the side, you ask Varys, you look and Varys isn't there, and then when you turn back to the Dragonborn, Varys is behind the Dragonborn, and he's going, "This guy won't shut the fuck up about food. What the fuck? What the fuck?"
He's happy. Do you see anything crazy going on here?
Yeah.
Friendly.
This guy right here, the one who won't shut up about the veal and the pork and the shrimp. He just won't shut the fuck up about food. What the hell? We're in a country club of weirdos.
Well, that's nothing new. We have to know if they're homicidal weirdos.
Well, comparably speaking, I don't feel like this guy will eat you in your sleep the way Rowan might kill you in your sleep. But it's still fucking weird.
It is pretty weird. You see it? What? Are you familiar with any of these people? Anything about this?
Nope, no clue. It's just like you got that guy, and he points over to Squall, and then he points over to the Echo. They just fucking dancing. Is essentially a shadow, right? And
Woo! Do those moves, Shadow Squall.
yeah, and that one that boy, you gotta help him with the drink. Like it's just a little much. First he's wandering away, and now he's like dancing it up with the weirdos. I don't know.
Best way to fit in with the weirdos is to be a weirdo.
Yeah, but I mean, and he just like exaggerates. Like, look, like this is crazy.
I think we have to keep our wits about us tonight.
Oh yeah,
Keep
yeah,
a close eye
absolutely.
on what's going on?
But I'm not gonna lie. And he kind of points to the Dragonborn. This guy's made me really hungry.
Help yourself. There's a piece.
Yeah, you know how it works.
I'm not eating a piece of this food.
Well, I saw, I saw Drunky. He ate some of the eggs, right? And the dragon lady, she had some, right? They seem fine.
They seem fine, but still, no.
Yeah.
It makes you a weirdo.
Well, it's true. Just
Seems
like
to fit in real good now, huh?
yeah, yeah, absolutely. We gotta keep our wits about us. Just be careful, but don't starve yourself either. You gotta get some food in you.
Good point. I have some rations, and I'll start snacking on the rations in my bag.
I'm not gonna lie, those food smells delicious.
You have no idea.
So, but yeah, I'll keep my ears and my eyes and ears open. And, if I see anything, and then he kind of motions to the Dragonborn. If he shuts up long enough for me to listen to anybody else, I'll let you know if I hear something.
Thank you.
I got your back. I always got your back.
Got your back too.
So this whole time that you've been talking with Varys, the Green Dragonborn is just at this point he's like on a dissertation about the deviled eggs. Like the type of eggs that he doesn't know the ingredients, but he thinks that he's got a pretty good idea of like the ingredients and the type of eggs that Chartreuse uses, and like it's just like, okay man, whatever, yeah, sure. And you're just being very nice about it.
I'm gonna take keen notice of what he says about the ingredients in the eggs in case I have to say something about how they tasted.
Okay. Yeah, absolutely. Hope, what are you doing?
I'm kind of wondering where the rest of my friends are. So I look around, and who do I spot first?
I mean, it's pretty open. You absolutely, at first, you do see Leah talking with this Green Dragonborn over by one of the buffet tables. You see her first. You then see Jarina, Rowan, and Phoebe walking away from the dais, wearing these robes with these orange cravats. Not the clothes that they went in there with. You see Galen and a group of people dancing with Squall's Echo, and then for a moment you don't see Squall, but then you see him kind of just leaning up against the wall, just kind of sipping on a drink.
Alright, I make my way over to Jarina, Leonara, and Rowan. I just say, is everything okay?
She's quite beautiful.
I whisper very quietly into her ear. She is a drow, but she seems very kind. I just don't know what her motives are.
I whisper among them, well, considering that her title involves transmutation, I find her observations quite unsettling.
Question.
Okay, well, I think I'm just going to keep my eyes open and move around the room a bit.
She did offer a sanctuary. I mean, that is one good thing. And she said that we should eat and drink as much as we want.
Okay, well, I'm not used to big gatherings like this, so I'll just keep my eyes open and just see what I see.
Jarina?
You said she was a dark elf? Is that the same as a drow?
Yes. It's dark elf drow. It's the same thing. Oh, and her skin color is not as dark as Galen's. It's actually where Galen's seems to be like almost like a mid to dark purple color. Hers is very more of a light purple, but clearly a dark elf.
Gotcha.
So over the next hour, more food. The current spread of food is taken away. More food, more delicious looking food is put out along with desserts, and you can see sweetbreads and cakes and pastries. You can see fruits covered in sweet sugars and syrups. You can see candied apples, caramel apples, just like a whole wonderful spread of this delicious desserts and sweets, along with what seems to be the final course of the meal. The band does take a break for maybe about 20 or so minutes, and then they come back and they continue playing. And it's just a really fun. It just seems like a very fun, happy atmosphere. You also all do see over the course of this next hour and a half, the rest of the party goers do make their way over to the line to go say hello to the professor. And after about that hour and a half, the last person comes out of the curtains. And then as the last person does come out, you actually watch, you are all kind of suddenly jarred as a loud gong goes off. So gong, 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 gong. And you watch Chartreuse is just holding up this little gong. He goes, "All right, this is last call for the food before we take it away. Stuff your faces now. The professor will be making her announcement in the next few minutes. Eat up, people." Gong, 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 gong. And then she walks out.
Galen starts eating the food because he realizes he hasn't eaten since he got here, other than those deviled eggs.
Okay, yeah. And there's plenty of food. Plenty of food. Whatever you can think of, it's probably out. As far as sweets, for desserts are concerned, and the last prepared meal looks like venison. There looks like some other types of like large steaks. There are strips of what look like large slabs of bacon. It's just there's fruits, there's vegetables. It's just an amazing. And the green at this point, Leah, when the third course came out, the green dragonborn just abruptly stopped talking to you and went to the table. Just rushed to the table. He didn't even say goodbye. He didn't say excuse me. He just stopped talking mid-sentence and just rushed over to the table. But if I'm sorry, go ahead, Ron.
I make sure I let everyone know what happened when we were in the conference with the professor, and that it was her magic that brought us here. So
That seems kind of suspicious.
Within the last hour of the festivities, I go to Squall, I go over to Galen, and I let Hope know everything that happened. Oh, actually, Hope approached us. Never mind.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, another dark elf. Yay, I'm not alone.
Well, no, there is actually another dark elf, male dark elf that's amongst the group of people. Besides yourself.
Was he dancing?
No, he wasn't dancing. He was like on the other side, kind of talking with other people. He wasn't one of the dancers.
He probably wasn't paying attention to him. He was probably more focused with the dancing, so that's why he said that.
No problem. But at some point in the evening, you didn't miss him. You all throughout the evening were able to see all of the people there. at some point or another. So whatever, if there's any food that you want to eat or anything you want to drink, like over the course of the next half hour or so, after Chartreuse's announcement, you partake of what you want or not. It's completely up to you.
Rowan's going to abstain from the food.
Okay.
And the drink.
Okay.
And I'm constantly feeding Maya until she doesn't want any more meat.
Yeah. Oh no. At some point, you try to give her meat, and she just kind of like turns her head, and you can see her belly does look a little distended. And she is actually feeling a little heavy on your shoulder. But yeah. So the half hour does go by. And as the half hour ends, you watch as the curtains where the professor was are drawn back, and as they're drawn, the professor steps out. And for the first time now, for some of you, you all now see the professor as she's kind of slowly making her way down the steps. As she's slowly making her way down the steps, the band stops playing, and then as they stop playing and they watch her descend the steps, they start picking up again with different music, and you all hear doom, 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 like in step with her walking down the steps as she slowly walks down the steps, and everybody starts laughing and like giggling at the joke. Even the professor is laughing at this point, and then they stop. She goes,
Rowan, you never said she was hot.
As you say this, Galen, everybody stops. And then everybody is now staring at you. And the professor kind of looks, and she kind of looks at you, and she cocks her head, and she goes, "You, come here. Come here."
Oh. All right.
And so you go over there?
Yeah.
All right. So you drunkenly make your way over to the professor, and as you're as you're making your way over, she actually, you know what? Roll me a Constitution check.
Why? Is it because am I still drunk or?
Oh yeah, you're still drunk. But
okay.
But this is for something. I'll tell you what it is. But just roll me a Constitution check.
$17.
Okay. Yeah. So as you're walking over, you're trying to basically like, oh, okay, I gotta look good for this. All right. And you try and sober yourself up enough to kind of like walk straight to her. You do occasionally like wobble and like knock into some of her guests as you walk over. Not quite able to make a straight line towards her, but you eventually do get to her. And as you get to her, she kind of like she's got her head cocked and she kind of stares at you, and she's got her finger on her lip. And then she kind of takes the finger and she kind of starts tracing it down the side of your face, and then brings it back. She goes, "I like you. You're cute."
Thank you. At least somebody appreciates me, and I look to like Hope and Rowan.
Okay. And she goes, "Okay, you can go back now."
All right, and I walk down.
All right, yeah, completely still hobbling and kind of wobbling. And she goes, "My children and honored guests, thank you so much for coming this evening. We're gonna have such a wonderful time. We're already having such a good time, and I will say, after this merriment is complete this evening, which should be," and she goes, Jeff, he goes, "In the next 20 minutes, master. Yes, in the next 20 minutes or so, I want you all to make your way up to the laboratory, where I will share with you this year's secret of my research that I've been working on. It's going to be magnificent. I can guarantee you. And to our new guests who are here for the very first time, and she kind of motions to all of you, I want you to treat them with all of the respect that you would show me. I'm sure you're all getting along famously, but I'd like that to continue throughout the evening, and make sure that they are family. And as she finishes, everybody starts clapping.
I clap with them.
Yeah.
Just
So enjoy the last of the feast, and join me in the laboratory. It's going to be an evening we will always remember. And she kind of like sachets her way through the crowd, and as she does, people are kind of shaking her hand, and she's just like, oh, thank you so much. And she kind of walks past them through the doors that you came out of, and then has disappeared from the room. And in this time, so the band is now they look like they're packing up their things. They've stopped playing. The food is still there, but you can see actually now, what you haven't seen before, you see these very, very, very small, maybe they vary in height from maybe 1.5 feet to 2 feet tall, figures, completely hooded and robed, wearing black gloves, and they are starting to take the food away. And they seem to be coming, they're kind of streaming through the door that you came in from, taking the food and going the same way. And there's like maybe 24 of them. Like they're coming out and they're fast. Like they're small and they're fast, and they're just kind of pulling the food off the tables, and they seem to be taking the food away a little bit at a time. Do you guys want to do anything about that, or should I just continue?
Yeah, continue.
Okay. So, in about 20 minutes' time, all the food is now gone. The Green Dragonborn looks very depressed. But he still has a large plate of food in his hand that he's kind of picking at. With like, he's eating, and he's got like this, like, because the food is now all gone. And you can actually start to see that people are now grabbing drinks off of the table. There's still pitchers of drink that people are pouring for themselves, and they're taking their goblets and they're actually leaving the room. And as they're leaving the room, you see Jeff come through the door, and he approaches all of you, and he goes, You are requested to attend the master in her laboratory along with the other guests. I have brought, and he kind of holds out 4 more robes. I've brought more attire for the rest of your party. Should you require it? Would anyone care for a change?
Thank you, I'd love to.
And he hands you
Galen takes it.
Yeah, he hands Leah a robe. He hands Galen a robe. Squall, do you take a robe?
Sure.
He gives you a robe. Hope, do you take one?
No. Considering I still have my bow and accoutrement, I'm gonna stay with what I'm wearing.
Okay. He kind of motions to hand it to you, and don't take it, and so he just drops it at your feet. He looks at your echo, Squall, and he goes, I don't think he needs one. Or am I mistaken?
I don't know if he can wear one.
Very well. If you will follow me, I will lead you to the laboratory. Do you all follow?
Well, I picked the robe up off the floor and just kind of hold it in my hand.
Okay. Leah?
I take off a couple of the things so that I can put the robe on over my clothes and my leather.
Okay.
Just reposition things. And
Oh,
that's
I
a
just
lot.
carry my clothes and equipment.
Okay, yeah, it's a very plain. It's not a heavy robe at all. It's just like a very like light, light material. Um, it's and nothing fancy or extra about it. It's just just a like a dark black robe with this orange cravat that's kind of sewn onto it.
Oh, quick question.
Mhm.
So, Galen had like he's wearing the robe, but he's taken off his like bracers and gloves and whatever's covering his neck. So some of his tattoos on his hands and his neck are exposed.
Okay.
I quickly asked Jeff, Jeff, are the rest of the staff goblins like yourself?
No, my sister and I are the only goblins in the service of the master.
Who are those little creatures that just came out and took the food?
Oh, those are the master's kobold servants. They need to be wrangled. They need a strong hand. That's my job.
I see. I instantly regret asking him.
Do you require any further questions to be answered? I am at your service.
No, sir. We just lead the way to the lab, please.
Very well. Follow me. He kind of turns around and starts walking through the doors. You all follow him. And you walk back through the foyer, and he takes you around to where those stairs that you first saw. He takes you to those stairs, and you start following him up the stairs to the second floor. And on the second floor, you can actually see that the second floor there are open. The middle of the actual area is very open, and there are banisters and almost like a walkway around the whole entire floor, and there are a number of doors around this entire floor. As you make your way to the top of the stairs, you pass a couple of closed doors, and you can see a set of double doors on the opposite end, and Jeff is leading to it. And you can actually see some of the other guests ahead of you, kind of like walking and talking and drinking, making their way to the same room. As you and the decor up here is similar. It's like nice, beautiful wooden, dark polished wood. The banisters are crenellated. They have these beautiful gold and silver linings and carvings in them. And as Jeff brings you to the door, it is already partially ajar. He opens it up, and as you walk in, the interior dramatically changes. Currently, whereas you were walking in and it was beautiful and wooden, you now see stone floors and carved stone walls, floor, ceiling. There are you have like all of these braziers with flames flickering in them. You see that the room is obviously filled with the other guests, but it's definitely a darker and kind of colder atmosphere in here. Partially to do with the stones, stones holding in a lot of the cold from outside. And as you continue to walk in, the room does eventually open up. And as it opens up, you can see on the left what looks like some bookcases, along with a table and some chests. On the right side, you see these large stone fixtures that seem to be coming out of the ground. They're long and square. And in front of them, there's three of them, and in front of them, there looks like possibly like there's just like some refuse, just like on the ground, like piled up in front of them. And then similar to downstairs, there's a lot of hay and straw on the floor here as well. And at the very opposite end, and you can also see some like there's still some like pumpkins and gourds kind of around around the room, like just for decoration. And but at the very opposite end of the room, you can see the professor, and behind the professor, you can't see exactly what it is, but there's something that is covered in a dark red material, and it's long. It's very very long. And then on either side, there seem to be these massive, large, like chests, to either side of this, whatever this is, and the professor is kind of standing there, and she's kind of like you can see that she's kind of just waiting for everyone to kind of come to come in and just start paying attention. And as she does, as she's just kind of standing there, you watch Jeff, Chartreuse, and that half elf in the rainbow robe and the short red hair actually walk up next to her. And Jeff hands her a goblet, and she nods to him, and she takes it, and she kind of takes a sip. And she takes a sip, everybody starts to quiet down. And as they quiet down, she starts talking. Tonight, my children, you are about to witness a new breakthrough in transmutational research. And paradise is to be mine. And everybody starts clapping. It was strange the way it happened. Suddenly, you get a break. Whole pieces seem to fit into place. Not a sign of being. What a fool I was. The answer was there all the time. It took a small accident to make it happen. An accident. And then Jeff, Chartreuse, and the half-elf go, an accident. And that's how I discovered the secret. The elusive ingredient. That spark. That is the breath of life. Yes. I have that knowledge. I hold the secret to life itself. And everybody's. You see, you are fortunate, for tonight is the night that my beautiful creature is destined to be born. And she kind of like makes this gesture, and as she makes this gesture, you watch as the whatever it is behind her, you're not entirely sure what it is, starts to slowly rise. And as it rises, it's still covered with this like red cloth, like this dark red maroon cloth. And as it rises, you can now see that there's like stone steps on either side of it. And you watch as on the left, Jeff starts going up one side, and Chartreuse starts walking up the other side. And the half elf is kind of dabbing the sweat from the professor's face, just like very very lightly with a handkerchief, and she's just kind of letting it happen. And as it rises, she turns around and she makes another gesture. And as she makes this gesture, you watch as what looks like a small slab in the roof of the laboratory, the stone starts to slowly start opening up. And you can see that the stairs that Jeff and Chartreuse are climbing up actually kind of end out at the ends of these, and it's open to the outside. And now rain is just starting to pour in. And the professor looks at Jeff and Chartreuse, and she goes, "Now!" And as she says "now," you watch as Jeff raises one hand and touches the the platform that this thing is, and Chartreuse does the same thing. And as they do, you watch as lightning from outside hits their hands and starts channeling through them onto this platform. And this happens for like a good 15 seconds. Like and everybody's just like, oh, and they're like talking and whispering and gasping as they're watching this. And you can watch as Jeff just looks bored, while lightning is coursing through his body. Chartreuse is just kind of like, she's just like giggling while this is happening. And you can watch as smoke is actually starting to rise from the covering that is on this platform. And 20 seconds go by of this lightning just being channeled, and now you can start smelling this acrid smoke coming from the actual covering. And then almost as quick as it happens, the lightning disappears. The platform starts to slowly descend, and then Jeff and Chartreuse start walking down the steps. You can see Jeff just kind of like very blasé, just kind of like walking down. Chartreuse, you can see 2 of her fingers are on fire, and she's just kind of like kind of putting it out. And as the platform descends onto the ground, you see Jeff and Chartreuse make their way next to the professor, and the professor goes, "Voila!" and she pulls the actual curtain back, the draping back, and there seems to be some kind of humanoid creature wrapped from head to toe in some kind of like wrappings, almost like a mummy, just kind of on the platform, slowly starting to kind of move while it's just laying there. She kind of nods to the half elf with the red hair, and she makes her way over, and she has like it looks like she has a small dagger, and she starts cutting the wrappings away. And as she's cutting the wrappings away, when she is done, you see this beautiful female human. She has dirty blonde hair in a mohawk. She is also about 6 feet tall, and she seems to be wearing what could only be described as a fur bikini, along with like a half fur cloak. And she just kind of like, her eyes closed, she kind of sits up on the table, and then her eyes open, and everybody just starts clapping. Yes, this is my beautiful creation, everyone. And as she says everyone, you see that everyone starts putting on these little hats, like with these elastic bands, and they all go, "Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you, happy birthday dear Raquel, happy birthday to you," and everybody starts clapping. Yes, my creation, Raquel. And she kind of gets off the table, and you can see now that she is, not only is she tall, but she is massively muscled. She looks like she could probably break everyone in that room in half. She's just a massive, but she's also very, very beautiful. And she just kind of like walks over to the professor, and the professor's just like, "Oh, I'm so happy, I'm so happy." And then she kind of walks over, she goes, "Yes, you are all so privileged to see the birth of my new creation, to be here for her inception into our community. And Jeff is just like, you are a genius, master. It's like, yes, I am. And Chartreuse goes, she's really beautiful. And she goes, yes, she is. And then the red hair girl goes, yeah, she's all right. And the professor just looks at her and goes, all right. Let's see what everybody else thinks, shall we? And she grabs Raquel by the hand and pulls her over to you, all your whole group. And she goes, so, what do all of you think of my beautiful creation?
She's perfect.
And she looks over at you, Galen, and she goes, isn't she though?
She's gorgeous.
Yes, she is. And
Quite amazing.
thank you.
A masterpiece, definitely.
Absolutely. And it's so incredible that I was able to share this with all of you, my new friends. It's just amazing what we are able to do together when we really put our minds to it, isn't it? So, thank you all for coming. I will, of course, over the next hour or so, be meeting with those of you in the transmutation community who wish to learn how this was accomplished. For those who are not so arcane-minded, I will try to simplify it for you. And as she says that, everybody, all of her guests start to giggle. And then afterwards, there will be more cocktails. And then we will adjourn for the evening. But thank you all for being here to share this with me. This amazing... And she kind of turns to Raquel, and she kind of like takes her finger and kind of runs it down the side of her face. Amazing creation of mine. So, let's start the symposium, shall we? And she kind of walks over to where the desk is, pulling Raquel by the hand. Raquel looks a little like she doesn't know where she is, but is also kind of happy to not care. And she kind of pulls her over, and the professor sits down behind the table, and she kind of positions, literally positions Raquel, almost like a Barbie doll. She kind of like stands her there, and then she kind of looks at her for a moment, and then she takes one arm and makes her put it like on her hip, and then she makes her take the other arm and kind of put it like a bicep, like a curl bicep, and she goes, perfect. And then she sits down behind the desk, and Raquel is just kind of like looking at everybody with a smile on her face, kind of like staying there. And over the course of the next hour, and you can partake in this if you wish, she actually, like one by one, sometimes in groups, the guests go over to the table, and they actually start asking her questions, and they start talking with her about the whole experiment, like the process from the beginning to end. You actually see that she does. Jeff is standing next to her, and occasionally she'll say something to him, and he'll actually pick up a scroll, like a sealed scroll, and hand it to some of the people who get very excited about it. Almost like she's giving her notes, right, for what she did. That's the impression that you're getting. But if any of you would like to go over to the table while she's doing this, now would be an excellent time. Rowan, you want to go over?
Rowan's very curious as to what's going on,
Okay.
because even though she's a druid, and this seems like it's way against nature, she's very interested and intrigued.
Okay. So you go over to the table. As you go over to the table, she says, "Oh yes, my new friend, Rowan, is it?"
Yes, Professor.
Yes. Please. So what do you think? What kind of questions do you have? Come on, let me have it.
Well, I'm afraid you're probably going to have to simplify this for me, but how is this accomplished exactly?
Oh, you need the simplified version. I see. Let's see. Simplified version. I guess the best way to put it will would be a lot of failed experiments led to this beautiful creation. Over time, my attempt was to there's been too many necromancers who have tried bringing the dead to life, and it's simply dead flesh that continues to rot. And between you and I, necromancy is so, not only is it passe, but it's so messy. um, as a transmutation specialist, I've always felt that there was a way to bring dead flesh back to life, to actual life. Now, there are those like clerics of various religions who have this ability to do so, but why should it only be in the hands of those who worship these deities? Correct? I mean, those of the arcane persuasion, it should, if they put their mind to it and experiment extensively, should be able to accomplish the same. So that was the basis of my experiment. And as you can see, and she kind of like Vanna White's Raquel, it was a complete success.
But can she reason? Does she have the same memories as her life before?
Oh, well, there was no life before. This is what I'm saying. This is, okay, yes, I forgot I have to simplify. Think of it in these terms. I have created life where there was no life previously. She doesn't reason yet because, almost as a newborn babe, she needs to experience. She needs to be educated. And I will absolutely educate her.
But where did you get such a lovely vessel? I mean, did you
Oh no,
did you
I
construct it yourself?
I created it here in this laboratory, as you will see. And she grabs she grabs Raquel, and she actually starts, like, she pulls her arm open to you, and she's, as you can see, again, unlike the messy necromancers, they tend to stitch their creations together from other flesh and things like that. No. There's no stitching, as you can see, and she kind of like caresses her arm and shows you. She says there's no stitching because she was created. This vessel itself was created here in this laboratory specifically for her. So this is brand new life, much like, I won't say much like, but similar to the way that a mother will carry a baby to term. It was in a similar fashion. However, it was much faster. There was no messy birthing process. You actually witnessed the birthing, and she's perfect. She's beautiful. She's exactly what we wanted.
So in essence, you've captured a soul and placed it within her?
Oh, the soul is for the soul is a philosophical discussion for clerics and those who follow deities. As an arcane practitioner such as myself, we are the learned few, and you seem to actually have a grasp of some of what I'm speaking of. So I'm going to assume that you are somewhat learned yourself. The soul is nothing but, and this is a discussion that many of my colleagues and I have had over time, but the soul is nothing more than the collections of experiences and the collection of life experiences, of decisions, poor and wise. This is what makes up what is considered the soul. Now, granted, she is grown into a full-grown adult, but has somewhat the mind of a child. But much like her growth was accelerated, her mind and what you might consider a soul shall also grow exponentially. But she is only just born.
For sharing this your expertise with me and taking the time to explain it to me.
No, of course, of course. I do so love speaking with others about my work. I'm not one to hold it close to my chest and keep it to myself. It's too much fun to make sure others have that experience and knowledge as well.
I see. Thank you.
You're very welcome. Would anyone else want uh, to speak with her?
No, but I do want to kind of get a feel of like it. How unnatural is this?
I will say, considering what you are, I will say just make a straight wisdom check for me.
10.
10? You've never seen anything like what you just witnessed before. However, it's not giving you the greatest feeling at all. There is something inherently unnatural about this, but you can't put your finger on it. Like it's like an itch that you don't know where it is, so you can't scratch. But outside of that, like, it doesn't seem like it's evil or bad that you can kind of get a sense of, but there's definitely something unnatural about it. Anyone else? Okay. Over the course of the next hour or so, she continues to talk with people. Raquel unnaturally stands in a pose that the professor keeps putting her in. She keeps putting her in various poses, and doesn't seem to be bothered by it at all. Occasionally, someone does go over to her and just kind of like opens her mouth, kind of pulls her cheek back sometimes, like opens her eyes. They're just looking at her. Raquel just seems to like let it happen. Occasionally just smiles at them. You hear her actually say hello to a couple of people. It's a little halting, but you know, she's like, hello. Hello. And after the hour is up, the professor stands up. She goes, well, my children, thank you so much for making this another special year of our gathering. And everybody starts clapping. Like, now, cocktails will be served. And I know most of you will be heading to your various destinations this evening. However, my new guests, and she kind of motions to all of you, your quarters have been prepared. If you require anything for the evening, please don't hesitate to find Jeff or Chartreuse, and they will make you as comfortable as they possibly can.
Thank you.
You're very, very welcome.
Very generous, Professor.
I know, aren't I?
Do we all have separate rooms?
Well, you can I have prepared individual rooms for you, but if you all wish to, if some of you are together, as the kids say, and you wish to stay in the same rooms, just let Chef Jeff or Chartreuse know, and they will make those accommodations that you require.
Thank you. I kind of sidle over to Leah. I ask her, "You want to stay with me?"
Yes, yes.
Perfect. Now, I don't know what's going on here, but
Very well. So, again, thank you all, my children, for attending. My new friends, thank you for being part of this. I'm sure it was an experience for you that you will never forget, as it was for me. I'm going to take my leave this evening. It has been such a long day and I need to retire. Come, Raquel. And she grabs Raquel by the hand and they kind of like walk out of the room. And as they walk out of the room, everybody's all of her guests are just clapping. Again, shortly over the next half hour, 45 minutes, people start to slowly leave. They do take their drinks, and you just actually start watching them walk out of the room. Jeff walks up to the whole group, and he goes, "Accommodations have been made for all of you. However, if you wish, as the master says, to change those accommodations, now is the time to inform me, so we may make them."
Leah and I will be staying in the same room together.
Very well. Anyone else?
Jirina, Rowan, would you like to stay in the same room with me?
Yes, please.
The three of you. Excellent.
Yeah.
It has a bed. I don't care.
So you require an individual room, or should I have an extra bed brought in for your shadowy friend?
Oh, no. He doesn't need accommodations. And then I
So
just dispel him.
he kind of looks at you. He goes, so a single.
Yeah, that's fine.
Very well. And you, young sir, and he looks at you, Galen. You a single as well.
Indeed.
Would any of you require further drink, or sustenance, or perhaps companionship?
No, thank you. I think we're good. Well, I speak for myself.
Very well. Give me a moment to relay the orders. I will return when your rooms are ready. He turns and he walks out. 5 minutes later, he comes back. Your rooms are ready. If you will follow me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. He turns around and walks out of the room. You all follow him. He does take you he takes you down around the banister, around the kind of walkway of the second floor. And some of the doors that you initially passed is where he actually starts stopping at some of those doors. And as he gets to the first door, he opens the door and he goes to you, Squall. Your room, sir.
Thank you. And I brazen.
Okay.
Without hesitation.
He closes the door. You walk maybe 2 feet. You're at the next door. He opens the door. Goes. He looks at it. Who was the 3-person room? Rowan, Phoebe, and Jarina, right? Okay. So he looks to the 3 of you. He goes, "Your room, young madams."
Thank you.
You go in.
You go in.
Yeah. He closes the door. Goes 2 more feet. The next room, opens the door. He looks at you, Hope and Leah. He goes, "Your accommodations."
Thank you.
I just bow my head slightly at him and say thank you.
Okay, closes the door. It is now just him and Galen. Walks 2 more feet. Opens the next door. "Your room, young sir."
Quick question. Tomorrow I'm gonna have a shitty headache. You got something for that?
I'll have something brought up from the kitchen for you.
Thank you.
Would
Also,
you?
what did you mean by companionship?
Companionship for the evening. You know, flesh games.
He stops, thinks about it for a moment. What? So like cutting people's skin up? What are you talking about?
If
Oh.
If-
Okay, never mind.
if that is what you wish, there is no shaming in this home, young sir. However, if that is what you require, that will change the type of companionship I must send up to you.
No. I'm good. I'm good.
Would you? Do you also require a bucket?
I'm usually pretty good with this, so I'll be fine.
I'll have it sent up with the thing for your hangover, sir. You go into the room and closes the door, and that's where we're gonna take our break. So, so we're gonna take our break right now. During the break, you'll still have a few minutes if you haven't purchased tickets for the giveaway. You still have some time until, as I said, until you actually see the little giveaway box there disappear. When the box disappears, that means that the giveaway is done and over. But as I said, again, we're giving away the D&D starter set for the first prize giveaway, and the second prize giveaway is a Rider-Waite tarot deck donated by Laurie and Lauren, who play Rowan and Leah. And you get your choice of either the English or Spanish versions. So while we go on a break, if you still haven't gotten your tickets in, there'll be some time to do it, and we'll be back soon. Hey everybody, we are back. So the winners of our giveaways for the D&D starter set, the winner is Southern Twist. Congratulations, Southern Twist. And for the Rider Waite Tarot deck is Captain Andor. Congratulations to our winners of our first giveaway. Just when you get a chance, just DM Lady Poopsie your shipping information, and we'll get that stuff out to you as soon as possible. Captain Andor, just specify if you want the English or Spanish version of the Rider Waite Tarot deck when you do send your shipping address. We appreciate it. We appreciate you guys. That's why we do it, and I can't wait to do more giveaways for everybody. I think this is gonna be a lot of fun. So now we will get back to it. As you all enter your rooms, you enter the rooms, and the first thing that happens, the first thing that you all notice immediately as you enter your rooms is the musty smell. There's kind of like a very like damp, musty smell to the room. As you walk further into the room, there is in each of your rooms a single lantern that is already lit, that is illuminating the room. But you can all also see a very slight layer of dust over everything. You can see a small set of footprints leading up to each of those lanterns. You would assume that it was somebody who came in to prepare the room for you. And what you're gathering is that preparing the room for you was putting the light on, because nothing else seems to have been done. There are large beds for each of you. And by large, I mean like almost a double-sized bed for each of you in each of the rooms. Even the rooms that have multiple people in it, those rooms are large, but large enough for these large, and they're all poster beds, like 4 poster beds, with hanging canopy. The Everything in this room seems very, very beautifully um, decorated and put together. Just doesn't look like it's been used in a very long time. Um, you're starting to you kind of get the impression that they probably don't entertain guests much here, in the sense of having them stay over, and that your need to have accommodations was kind of last minute enough that they made up the rooms for you, and they just turned on a light. That's it. But as you all kind of inspect the beds and kind of like the cushion, the beds are very, very soft, very cushioned. But as you touch the bed, like a layer of dust just does kind of like, from the bedspreads, and just like kind of like wave it away from your face. Um, there are no windows in these rooms, and one of the more odd things that you notice is that in all of your rooms, on each side of the room, there is a door. In addition to the door you just came in from. So, Galen, as you're kind of like inspecting the room, and you're kind of getting like, oh, this tomorrow morning is gonna suck for me. There is a slight knock on the door. Before you can even say come in or acknowledge it, the door opens, and Jeff walks in, and he's holding a large brown bottle with a cork in it, and in one hand, and an empty bucket in the other. He shuffles over to your bed. He places the bottle on the nightstand next to the bed, and then places the bucket right on the floor next to the bedstand. And he looks at you, goes, "As you requested, sir.
Thank you.
The tonic will work well if you consume it before your evening respite. Otherwise, it will have little to no effect."
Okay.
Do you require anything else, sir?
I think I'm good.
Excellent. Goodbye. I mean, good night. And then
I
instead
wave
of
to him.
walking out of the door that he came in, he goes to the door on the left side of the wall and opens it up. As he opens it up, Hope and Leah, you actually watch as this door opens into your room from your right wall, and you watch Jeff walk in, and he closes the door behind him. Good evening.
Can we help you?
I just wanted to make sure before I retired for the evening that you did not require anything else.
No, but I do have a question.
Please ask.
The large, red jewels, on the way here, they kind of put a calling out to me. What were they?
Those were the master's summoning stones. In the sense that it pulls any of the ships within a certain radius of the island toward the island at ever increasing speeds.
That's strange, since I'm the only one who felt them.
That is very odd. I don't know why you would feel them. I've never heard of anyone having quite that reaction.
Yes, and it stopped after I passed them. Maybe you could ask the professor?
I will inquire and see what
Thank
I can.
you.
You're very welcome. Is there anything else?
Not for me, Leah. Do you want anything?
No, thank you.
Very well. I would ask, if I may, that you do not leave your rooms for the evening, and that you especially do not go down to the basement.
Any particular reason why?
None that I could say, but it would probably be in your best interest and safety if you stayed in your rooms for the evening until such time as you decide to leave.
Okay. Thank you.
Especially don't go into the first door on your left as you enter the basement. There is nothing of interest in that room.
Okay.
All right. We'll remember that. Thank you.
Excellent. Goodbye. I mean, good night.
I kind of give Leah the side eye.
Instead of walking out of the door that leads to the hallway, he just crosses the room and opens the door on the other side of the room, and then closes it. And Jarena, Rowan, and Phoebe, you watch as the door opens and closes, and Jeff is now in the middle of your room.
Hello.
Hello?
Good
Good evening.
Good evening. I just wanted to make sure you did not require anything before I retired for the evening.
I
I
think I'm
think
okay.
I think we're good. Do we have a basin of water in here to wash up with in the morning?
I will have that brought to your room.
Thank you.
You're welcome. As I was telling your companions, it would be in your best interest and safety if you do not leave the rooms this evening under any circumstances or go into the basement.
I'm sorry. Stupid question. Why would we go in the basement?
You shouldn't. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. Um
And you should definitely
and
not go into the first door on your right as you enter the basement. There's nothing of interest for you there.
it certainly sounds interesting. Why would you tell me that there's nothing of interest there?
If I specifically don't tell you where not to go, you may accidentally stumble upon it after I asked you not to leave the room. Better to have that information, don't you think?
I think it's a very strange way to put it, but okay.
Very well. Have a good evening.
You too.
He crosses right across your room, opens the door on the other side of the room, closes it. Squall, you watch as Jeff opens the door and enters your room and closes it from the wall. Good evening, young sir.
Hello.
Do you require anything this evening before I retire?
Uh, no. I think I'll be alright.
Might I interest you in some personal advice?
Sure.
A young Echo Knight should not be using his Echo in the manner that you have been using it. If it should get back to certain individuals, you may have some issues, don't you think?
I agree with that sentiment.
Then maybe you should be a little more less casual about its use. Just some friendly personal advice.
Noted.
Very good. If that will be all, sir.
Yeah, that's it.
Good evening. He crosses the room, opens the door on the other side of your room, and closes it immediately. Not the door that you came in from. One of the doors that are on the sides of the wall.
I go to each door on either side of the room, and I open them up, and I see Galen on one side, and I see Squall on the other.
Well, no, you
And I
see,
say,
you guys see Hope and Leah, and then you see Squall on the other side. Galen's on the other side of Hope and Leah.
okay, so I walk through Hope and Leah's room, and I open that door up too. And then I come back through, and I say, we're setting watch tonight, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah. This is really weird.
I don't plan on leaving. If we hear weird screams and moans, I don't plan on leaving, but who wants to go in the basement? Seriously.
I think I'm gonna go and investigate things.
What are
Leah,
you
you
guys
want to
talking
investigate and go sneaking?
What are you guys talking about?
Galen, you're drunk. Go to sleep.
Did he tell you not to go into the left or the right?
The left door, the first left door in the basement.
Anybody else?
I think he said left to us, didn't he?
No, he said right to you.
Oh.
Ooh.
Perhaps he's trying to split us up. There's
I'm
something
happy
off-
just staying in the room as long as nothing comes in to bother us. Do you want to put a chair up against the doors?
Already on it.
I think I'm gonna
The
go
door?
investigate as stealthily as I can.
Oh, please. I just want to sleep.
Well,
So you can sleep.
I don't think that's the best idea if they are trying to intentionally split us up.
Well, I'm sure you'll all be all right.
And what about
There's
yourself?
There was something strange about those stones. Apparently, those summoning stones are only used for ships to get here faster. And I'm the only one who felt it.
Are
That's
you a
kinda
ship?
strange.
No, I'm not a ship.
How can
Galen
we be
finds a chair
sure?
and he boards up the door. He wedges it into the doorknob.
So I cut my hand, and I show Rowan the blood.
All right. You take 1 point of slashing damage.
You guys want me to check your rooms for traps, trap doors, anything like that? Just in case.
Yes.
Can I check
Why are you
all
showing
of
me
our
your
rooms?
blood?
To show you that I'm humanoid.
It could
Oh,
be both
okay.
blood.
What color is her blood?
It's red.
Okay.
It looks like boat blood to me.
Oh, thanks, Leah.
Can I check for any kind of problems?
Sure.
Be careful, please.
I'm gonna need you. So you're gonna check for traps in all of everybody's rooms. All right. So I need you to roll. 1, 2. I need you to roll 4 separate investigation checks.
Do I wedge the chair into a chair into the doors.
Make a. Oof. You know what? Make me a straight Constitution check.
$13.
13. Yeah, so you grab the one chair that's in your room, and you go to wedge it under the door, and you wedge it. It's good. It's not going anywhere. It is properly wedged.
Like right under the doorknob.
Mm-hmm.
Like
Yep.
how they kind of okay.
Yep.
Is there another chair in my room to block up the other door?
No, you only have one chair in your room.
Yeah.
And there's two doors. There's the one that's currently open, that leads into Hope and Phoebe's room, and then there's another door on the other side of the wall.
Is there like a dresser or something to like that to put like clothes?
Yeah, there's
in or
like
something?
each one of the rooms has a trunk for each one of you, like a very
All right,
small, like a small chest.
I move the trunk towards the other door and kind of like block it up.
Okay, yeah, you totally do that. It's not very big.
Right.
It's not very big, but you do the best that you can.
Yeah. And then I dust the bed up so that I don't sneeze or cough when I sleep. And then
Yeah,
I
you're just kind of
palm.
like, batting it and beating it a little bit, get the dust out.
All right, weirdos. Good night. And then I just face plant into the pillow and just instantly sleep.
Yep, absolutely.
Wait, hold on.
Mm-hmm.
He said I should drink the thing before I go to bed, right?
I think so. Yeah. That's what you remember?
Okay. Just before I do, I kind of like chug it.
Okay.
And then I close it up and I'm like, and then
right.
I face plant into the
All
pillow.
right. So you chug it. Make a Constitution saving throw for me, please.
Uh, 14.
14. You chug it and you just and you actually don't taste it until you're actually through with it, and all of a sudden your mouth and throat are burning, and then there's this like slimy like feeling to what you just chugged that you can still feel in your mouth and your throat, and you're just like, now the burning is overwhelming in your mouth, and you're just like, and you're looking around for water, and then you're just like, oh, and then your stomach starts going, and you rush over to the bucket, and you just hurl, and you all hear him just,
Was that Ipecac?
and by the third hurl, your mouth and throat are no longer burning. Your mouth and throat. Can you guys still hear me?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Your mouth and throat are no longer burning. And you feel ready to pass out. And just at the moment where you just kind of wipe your mouth, you just kind of fall backwards into the bed and you're instantly out. And you all heard that Epic just tossing his cookies.
Was he poisoned, or is he? I guess he's okay.
I go into his room just to check up on him.
Okay.
Am I planking?
Make a medicine check.
Is Galen just planking on the wrong part of the bed?
Kind of.
12.
12. he seems, besides being extremely tired, he just seems like passed out drunk. You kind of like look down into the bucket, and you can pretty much see the contents of everything that he ate over throughout the evening. And the impression you're getting is he's definitely not poisoned, or anything like that. It just, whatever it was that he drank, seems like the effect was it seems like to clear his system out. So there's less chance of him being hung over in the morning.
He's okay. He's just sleeping now, but he definitely threw up everything he ate.
So what else? What else do you guys want to do?
As long as he's breathing.
Oh yeah, he's snoring. You guys can hear him very clearly snoring.
Well, I want to keep checking for traps and trap doors.
All right. So, did you roll those investigation checks for me?
The first one is a 15.
15. Okay. You check Squall's room. No traps or anything that you can find. The room seems clear. No secret passages. Just the extra door. Did you open that door?
Yes.
Okay, so you opened up that door, and Squall, you saw Jeff go through that door. There's a solid wall behind that door.
I'd like to investigate it a little further.
Well, let's finish the rest of your investigation checks first. What was the second?
Second roll was I'm sorry. Go ahead.
What was the second roll?
Nat 20 plus 2, so 22.
Nat 20 plus. Nice. Yeah. So this is Jarena, Rowan, and Phoebe's room. As you are checking around, out the two doors that are open, one to Squall's room and one to their room, and then they have the other door open that leads into your room. Outside of the layer of dust, you start looking around. You can't really find anything, and then all of a sudden you step on this cobblestone, because the floors are stone. They're not wood. And you step on one of the stones closest to the furthest part of the room, and as you step on it, you hear a click. And as you hear the click, you also hear a clunk behind you. And as you turn around, you can see that the perfectly even stone floor, even though it's cobblestones, perfectly even, is now slightly raised right behind you. And as you slowly, you go to check, there are no traps on it. It is clearly some kind of hidden door. Very tiny, very small. And you open it up, and you would have a hard time actually fitting through this. It is not very large. It is maybe 1.5 by 1.5, maybe 2 feet. A very, very small individual would be able to squeeze through this, but not humanoids of average size. As you open it up and you look down, you can see that there is a kind of like a ladder that seems to be bolted into this long corridor. But again, it is a small, tiny ladder. And it seems to keep descending for another, past your dark vision, which is 60 feet. But it seems to just keep descending, and there's no light in there at all. Hope?
That looks about the size of those kobolds.
Maybe we should set something on top of it so nothing can sneak up on us in the night.
I
Yeah,
agree.
something heavy. I mean, we can always put Galen on top of it.
right. So is that what you're gonna do?
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, there's, as I said, there are like these small wooden trunks or chests, if you will, that is in the room. There seems to be one for each of you, and they're empty. And you do inspect them, and you don't find anything weird about them. They are still like everything else in this room, covered with dust. Who did we lose?
I think her Discord crashed.
Oh, okay. Okay, there we go. And yeah, so
I'm back. I apologize.
no problem. So you take the trunks and you kind of put them on the small thing. It seems like it'll do the job. What was your third roll?
Third roll was a 5.
Was a 5? Okay, this one is for yours and Hope's room. You check around, and again, outside of the dust, the kind of layer of dust and everything, you don't find anything in this room. It's kind of similar to Squall's room. And then the last roll, which would be Galen's room. 17. Yeah, you check around, and his snoring is a little distracting, but you still are able to kind of look around and check around. You've checked under the beds. Outside of the very drunk snoring drow and the layer of dust, you don't find anything trapped or another trap door or anything like that in this room. There is the other door on the other side of the opposite side of the wall. You go and you check that. You open that up. Also, solid stone wall.
I'm going to suggest to the group, or to Hope, that we bunk with Jarena and Rowan and Phoebe to keep safety in numbers.
Sure. I'll sleep on the floor.
What about the boys? They don't seem too good on their own.
They didn't really seem to care. I don't want to force anybody to be, but if you want to try and talk them into it.
I think if we keep the doors open, at least we can see them and
Yeah,
include them in the watch.
Galen's dead to the world.
So what's the plan, guys?
Wait, what did you say? No, I actually didn't hear you.
I said you're dead to the world.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
So go sleep. Go to sleep.
You are completely plastered. Go to sleep.
So what's the plan, everybody?
We're gonna set watch. Who's got first watch?
I'll take first watch.
So Phoebe and Hope. So Phoebe and Hope have first watch. Okay, and you said that Leah and Hope are going to go into Jarena, Rowan, and Phoebe's room, right? So the five of you are going to be bunking in that room.
To take watch. I'm gonna stay in the room that's next to Galen, just to keep a better eye on him.
Well, that's the room you're in right now.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess Squall then.
Okay, so you're gonna do your check in Squall's room.
Yeah.
Okay. Who's got second watch? So Jarena and Leah. Okay. And third watch? Anyone? No third watch? Okay.
Squall, you want to do third? Squall. Okay.
Squall, third watch by himself. Okay. Alrighty, so.
Actually, you know what? I'll take third watch by myself. This way Squall can stay with Phoebe.
But Squall was gonna go on third watch with Rowan.
Oh, with Rowan?
Oh, okay.
Okay. Okie doke. Alrighty. So, first watch. Phoebe and Hope. So you guys start to kind of get used to your surroundings. There are no locks on any of your doors, just FYI. And Leah and Hope actually like pull in some of the mattresses off of their beds into the other room. So even when they're done with their watch, their respective watches, they can kind of bunk in the same room with the three of you. So 5 of you are together. Phoebe and Hope, I need you both to make individual, because you are in separate rooms, kind of like doing this watch. So I need you to make individual perception checks for me, please. Hope, what did you get?
7.
7. And Phoebe, what did you get?
20, not net.
20, not net. Okay. All right. So Hope, you're just kind of like you're making sure the Squall's doing okay. You're kind of like hovering in that area. This place is a little creepy. You are feeling this weird, it's not like before. It's not like a tugging or pulling feeling, but it's just kind of like this weird, like, hum that you can kind of almost feel in your bones. It's hard to describe. It's not coming from any particular place. It's kind of coming from all around you and almost within you. But it's very disconcerting. But you can't pinpoint what this is or where it's coming from. It's just odd.
Okay. I'm sorry.
And because of that, it's a little distracting while you're actually doing your watch. Did you want to say something? You wanted to do something?
Yeah, at this point, I want to go stealth and see if I can sneak out the door and go investigating.
Okay. Roll me a stealth check, please.
18.
18. Okay. All right. Yeah. So as you are kind of like almost like a roving sentry, kind of going back and forth occasionally. Every like 15 or 20 minutes or so. Going into Squall's room, going through the other rooms. And as you get to Galen's room, as he's completely passed out, you see that he has propped up a chair under his door. But then you also realize that the door opens outward. And obviously, this drunk drow, did not do this correctly. So you very, very carefully pull this chair away from the door. You open it and slowly close it. Seemingly none of your companions have seen you. You make your way out of the room. Which way do you want to go? You can go to the left, which would lead downstairs to the first floor. Or you can continue to your right, which goes basically, think of it like a U shape on the banister, where the laboratory is a couple of doors down around the corner, and then there's other doors on the complete opposite side of the railing from where you're at that you have no idea what they are.
Well, because Hope is a curious sort of individual and wants to learn everything about anything, she's actually going to go downstairs and check that door on the left that she was told not to go into.
Well, if you go downstairs one flight, you're going to be on the first floor. You're not actually going to be in the basement.
I'm going to go all the way down to the basement.
Okay. So you slowly make your way down the stairs. You make it down to the first floor, and you can see the foyer that you came in from. You can actually hear steady rain from outside because the front doors are right there. They are closed, but you can kind of hear the rain behind them. the large table that was in the middle of the room that had all the wet cloaks on it earlier is completely empty. There's still lots of hay and straw mixed with mud and dirt on the floor. You can see the doors leading to the ballroom. And as you look around looking for a way to go down to the basement, I need you to make an investigation check for me, please.
15.
15. It takes you like a good 5-10 minutes of looking around, and you don't see like a hallway or stairs leading down. You don't see, and you're just kind of like you're like, what basement? There's no way to get further down from this floor. And while you're doing this, I need you to roll me another stealth check, please.
13.
13. Okay. As you're kind of looking around, you start to hear and you turn around and you can see 4 of the little robed kobolds coming out of the ballroom. They haven't noticed you. And as they walk by you, and you're kind of like, you're kind of staying still, hoping that they don't see any movement or see you. You watch as they kind of like look around, and one of them kicks one of the pumpkins on the floor, and as they kick it, you watch as what looked like a solid wood wall, a door opens up in one of the paneling, and they kind of step through the paneling, and you watch it just close.
I go over to that pumpkin and move it. After like 5 minutes, I want to wait.
Okay, so 5 minutes go by, and you go over to that pumpkin, you go to move it, and you actually see that it is actually a solid like marble piece. It's not very big. It's tiny. It's like a small, like, it looks like almost like a small 1 pound pumpkin. But it is solid. It's made out of marble, and as you go to move it, it is definitely anchored to some kind of switch. And as you move it, you just watch that wood panel click and slightly open.
I go through the door.
Okay, you step through the wooden paneling, close it behind you, and Phoebe, you with your 20 perception check, you totally saw Hope go into Galen's room, and after about 15 minutes going by, did not come back from Galen's room. Do you check, or do you just say, oh, she just didn't come back?
I will go to check up on her.
Okay. You go into Galen's room, and she's not there. It's just Galen snoring away on the bed. Look around, don't see her. You go through each room. She's not there.
I go back to the room where I am sharing it with Jarina and Rowan, and I whisper to them, she disappeared in Galen's room.
Huh? Who?
Who disappeared?
You said Hope, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Hope. She went there 15 minutes ago and did not return. When I went in there, it was just Galen.
She said something about wanting to investigate the basement earlier.
Oh, she's gonna become a transmutated experiment at this rate.
Well, if we hear screaming, we'll go find her.
Delightful.
Okay. So with that, Phoebe and Hope's your watch comes to an end. Hope. You see as you enter this door, this entryway, and you close it. It's completely pitch black, but with your dark vision, you are able to see that there are steps leading down. Are you going to go down, or what would you like to do?
Yeah, I'm going down.
Okay. Make another stealth check for me, please.
So 14. I need to switch my die.
14. Okay. You slowly start making your way down the steps. They only go maybe about 50 or 60 feet down. And as you get to the last few steps, which you won't notice, they are stone. They are made of stone. As you get down to like the last, few steps, your foot hits a small pebble, stone pebble, and you can very clearly hear it echo as it falls down the last few steps and kind of hits the side of the wall and rolls to a stop. All of that, you could clearly hear the pebble do all of those things. You get down to the very end of the steps, and you see ahead of you a long stone corridor, and to your left there is a doorway, and maybe 20 or 30 feet past that door is another door. On the right hand side there is a door, and then another 30 or 40 feet from that door, another door. You can't see what is at the end of the corridor because it extends past your dark vision. But you can still see some pumpkins and gourds on the sides, just kind of like, again, looking like decoration on the sides over here. You don't see any kobolds. You don't see anybody. Make a perception check for me, please.
Uh, 22.
22. You can hear what sounds like coming from the first doorway on the left. You can hear what sounds like, oh, oh, oh.
I kind of pause.
Okay.
And then I decide I'm going to attempt to open the door slowly and just peek my head in.
Okay. Make another stealth check for me.
$17.
17. Okay. You make your way, what you feel like is very stealthily, to this door. And as you get to the door, you reach over to the handle to open it, and it's locked.
I have thieves' tools.
Are you proficient in them?
I'm a check.
If you are, in your proficiencies, it will say thieves' tools. If it doesn't, then you are not. And you can now clearly hear, oh, coming from this room, coming from behind a door.
looking in my equipment. Apparently, I don't have thieves' tools. It's locked, so I can't do anything about it. I'm going to move on to the next door.
Okay. As you decide to start making your way to the next door, the door behind you, which was the first door on the right, you can start hearing and the door start to slowly open.
Oh, is there a dark corner I can kind of
Nope, there it is, just a long hallway. The darkest area or the closest place it looks like you can possibly hide would be the stairwell that you just came from. What are you doing? You only got a few seconds.
I'm gonna go towards the stairway I just came from.
Okay, make another quick stealth check for me, please.
Same thing, 17.
17. All right, you kind of like, oh shit, you kind of like make your way as quickly and as quietly as you can back to the stairwell where you were, and you kind of peek out, and as you peek out, you watch the door slowly open and then violently at the last minute swing open, and you watch a dozen hooded kobolds just run into the hallway, and then they start looking around.
Shit. I'm gonna try and just go up the steps a little bit more, but quietly, obviously.
Okay, you slowly back your way up the stairs quietly. You get to the top of the stairs, and you can actually see there is a very clear opening mechanism on this side to open up the little door. You open it up, you squeeze through, you close it. Are you going to make your way back upstairs, or are you going to stay where you're at?
I'm gonna stay where I'm at and see if I'm safe.
Okay. So you do that, you close it, and you feel like you weren't seen.
Do I still feel that feeling that I was feeling in the room?
Mm-hmm. You actually, it felt stronger when you were near that door, but not coming from that door. It just, the feeling intensified the further you got downstairs.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna stay because my curiosity is getting the better of me.
Okay. All right, so you stay there. During this time, Jarina and Leah, your watch happens. So I need both of you to make individual perception checks for me, please. What'd you get, Jarina?
14.
14. Rowan?
20.
Oh, I'm sorry, Leah. I'm sorry. 20, you said?
20, not max.
Okay. So the two of you are basically, you're keeping watch as best you can. It's a little weird. Hope is nowhere to be found still. And during like the last part of your watch, Leah, you hear where that little trap door was and the chest on top of it. You hear a dunk. Fuck. And that's it.
Steve, do you think we should check it out?
I'm
sorry, Jarina.
It's okay. I know who you were talking about. I'm awake. Yeah, let's move it. What was that?
Okay. We're gonna move the trunk and step on the little latch and open the trap door again.
Okay.
But we're gonna be ready.
Okay, so it's just the two of you. You kind of, Jarina kind of moves the chest, and Leah, you kind of step on the little rock, and you watch it just pop up slightly.
I also take my dagger out at the ready.
Okay, you're holding your dagger out. Maya is just kind of curled up on your bed, just sleeping. None of this seems to be a big concern for her. You slowly open up the little door, the little trap door, and you look in. You don't see anything, but there's clearly a wet spot on the top of the trap door. A dark wet spot on the top of it.
Like blood?
Possibly. You have to inspect it if you want to find out.
Can I inspect it, please?
Yeah. Make a medicine check for me, please.
I want to help her.
Okay. You can make a medicine check as well.
Bloody, not natural. I didn't think I had anything in medicine.
Okay. Jarina?
13.
13. Yeah, between the two of you, this is clearly like a small spot of blood. It's not a lot, but it's just like it wasn't there before. Leah, you definitely know that wasn't there before.
Leah, Hope hasn't come back. Should we go find her?
I think at the end of our watch, I'm going to go take a quick circuit around to take a look for her. She probably went down to the basement.
So what are you guys doing?
I think we're gonna keep doing our watch, but at the end of our watch, instead of going to sleep, we're gonna go find Hope.
Okay. So do you put the trapdoor back down, put the chest back over it. And as your watch is actually coming to a conclusion, you hear very, very light knock on your doors. Leah and Jarina. Just very, like someone's at the door lightly knocking.
I'm gonna go answer that.
I'll cover you.
I still have my dagger in my hand.
Okay.
I'm gonna answer the door.
Okay. So you open the
I
door.
do have armed and ready.
Okay. You kind of have your weapons at the ready. Jarina, with dagger in hand, you open the door, and as you slowly open the door, standing on the other side of the door is Chartreuse. And she kind of sees the dagger in your hand. She goes,
I'm not bothering you, am I? I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
No. And I sheathe my dagger. It's just a precaution. We're used to sleeping outside.
Okay. Can I come in?
Absolutely, come right in.
Okay. So she kind of steps in. She's still wearing the same clothes that she was wearing that you saw her in earlier. She sees you, Leah, with your kind of swords, your short swords out and your dagger, and she kind of like looks at you a little leery. She goes,
I'm really sorry to bother you so late. You haven't happened to have seen Raquel, have you?
No.
Oh, yes. The master is looking for her. We think maybe she's wandering the grounds or something. And the master's not very happy about it. So, if you get the opportunity to maybe, if you see her, or maybe you're very good at being kind of sneaky, and you might want to wander around and find her. The quicker you find her, the happier the master will be, and the less we all have to worry about that.
Where should we bring her?
Well, if you find her, you should bring her to the laboratory, and once she's in the laboratory, I'll check in there periodically and just see if she's there.
Okay.
But yeah, it's not very wise to upset the master. So yeah. It's just if you see her, or if you happen to find her. Wink, wink. Yeah, get her to the laboratory as quickly as you can. That would be wonderful.
We'll see what we can do.
Okay, try not to be seen if you do leave the rooms. It's for your safety. But we really need to find her. We really need to find her fast.
We can help with that.
Okay.
It's okay, Chartreuse.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. You're all very kind people. Thank you.
We try.
Okay. I'm gonna go.
Go. Yeah, and I open the door for her.
And she just kind of shuffles out and closes the door behind her. So what are you guys doing?
Leah, I think we should go try to find her.
I agree. How close are we to Rowan and Squall's watch?
This was like at the very end of your watch when this happened. So it's pretty much their turn at this point.
Okay.
So, when we wake them up for their watch, we'll just relay the message and just let them know we're gonna go find her and Hope.
Sounds good.
Okay.
It's fucking weird, guys.
Especially since Hope hasn't come back yet. And Raquel is missing.
Yeah, who knows what a newly created being will do?
This can't be a coincidence. This is not going to end well.
I think you're still
Awesome.
asleep.
Yeah, Phoebe, you're asleep.
She's just sleep talking.
Yeah,
that's
she
all.
said it in her sleep.
Hey,
Yes.
Squall, I have a question. For
Huh?
Squall.
What? What? Wasn't I asleep? I was asleep.
Well, you
Yeah,
were
can
getting
you-
up for your watch.
Okay.
Can you send your shadow self with them to help them out?
No.
Is that how it works? It can't leave your sight?
It's gotta stay pretty close.
Oh, I see. All right. Well, just a suggestion. If we hear screaming, we will come find you.
Okay.
So
I
who,
say that to the girls.
okay. So who's doing what? I need like an order of operations here. Who's actually leaving the rooms to find Hope? So it's Jarena. And who else? Leah.
I would like to wake up and go along with them.
I would say, what is your passive perception again, Phoebe?
My regular perception,
No,
or
your passive perception.
where would I find that again?
There are some skills towards the, it's where your skills are. It says passive, and you'll see like perception and insight and things like that. Well, you know what? If you can't find it, that's fine. I'll just say that you can't like actively wake yourself up. What would actually wake you up is like the noise around you and things that are going on. Yep.
I found it. It's 13.
13. Yeah, you would not. You're still like out. You're still asleep. Like you would. The noise is not loud enough to actually wake you to actually go with them. Unless they decided to actually wake you to go with them, you would still be asleep for this. So sorry.
It's okay. I made this look because for some reason my black light just turned back on.
Okay. No, that's good. That's fine. All right. So Jarena and Leah, you start heading out of the rooms. I need both of you to make stealth checks for me, please. Jarena, what'd you get?
15.
15. Leah?
20 not natural.
Okay. You both feel like you're very quiet and you're very stealthy as you make your way out of the room and close the door with nary a sound. While this is happening, Hope, you're still standing at the entrance of this closed secret passage. And as you're standing there, all of a sudden you hear right by your knee, "Oh, you're all really quick about this. That's great." And as you look down, you actually see Chartreuse, and she goes, "I didn't even hear you leave the room. That's great. You just keep being that quiet. Thank you so much. You're all lifesavers." And she makes her, and you see she just walks right past you down a corridor, and then disappears.
I just kind of look at her wide-eyed and wonder what the fuck she's talking about.
Make a perception check for me, please, Hope.
"22.
22. As you're kind of standing there, like, kind of trying to figure out what the hell just happened, you can hear behind the doors of the ballroom, which are maybe like 10 feet away from you, you can hear what sounds like quiet sobbing. Like very, very light sobbing. Like,
Okay, and where do I hear this coming from? I'm sorry, I was typing in my notes.
behind the doors of where the ballroom was. You're like 10 feet away from those doors.
I decide to go back that way and go take a look.
Okay. You make your way over to the doors, you open them up, and because of the acoustics in the ballroom, as soon as you open up the door, you can hear very clearly what sounds like someone crying. Can't make out exactly where it's coming from because the room's acoustics are so good. But you can clearly hear that there's someone in this room crying.
I want to softly and quietly go around the edges and see if I can figure out who it is.
Okay. Make a stealth check for me, please.
"21.
21. Okay. You make your way into the room, close the door behind you, very, very quietly as to not have it make an echo in this room. You slowly start inching your way around the room, and again, you can't. There's nobody. There's nobody seemingly by the where the buffet tables are set up. Clearly, there's nothing left on the tables except what look like pitchers of drink. There's still the stage that has been completely cleared off by the band. And you're looking around, you don't see anybody, but you can see some slight rustling behind the curtains of where the professor was meeting with people at the beginning of the party. Is there anything you want to do?
Yes, sorry. I would like to, again, go over quietly and maybe peek through the curtains.
Okay. You make your way so quietly in the curtains, and you slowly pull the curtains back, and as you pull the curtains back, you can clearly see Raquel kind of curled up. She's kind of like sitting against the chair, not in the chair, but kind of against it, with her knees in her chest, like grabbing her knees, and she's just kind of like rocking back and forth a little bit, crying. She still hasn't noticed you.
I felt sympathy before for her, so the obvious thing to do would be to go up and just softly touch her shoulder.
Okay. You slowly start to make your way over, and as you reach out to touch her shoulder, she clearly is shocked and surprised by your presence there. And as she looks up to see who it is, she sees you, and you can see like just dirty tear streaks on her face. And as she sees you, her face changes, and instead of like a sad, crying individual, you can now see terror and fear and anger in her face. And what you didn't see is behind her, hidden by her body, was this large double-bladed axe. And she reaches behind herself, she grabs it, and she raises it at you, and she goes, "Ah!" And that's what we're going to call it for the evening.
Damn it!
Damn it, Janet!
Touche.
Yes. Anticipation.
For a fight.
Patient.
Very
So-
much a cliffhanger for sure.
Yes. No, that was a great game, guys.
That was a great mod, Dad.
That's
like,
awesome.
Seriously.
Oh, we're not done yet.
I know.
We're not done
Oh,
by
I know.
any means.
I know.
But yeah, no, guys, thank you so much. Obviously, you are in your custom-made Halloween mod for this campaign. So I hope you guys enjoyed that. I hope all of you who are watching enjoyed that. I enjoyed the hell out of that because I am a huge Rocky Horror fan. If you haven't guessed, this mod is inspired by Rocky Horror. But yeah, guys, great game. That was amazing. You guys did well. You did so well, and it was so much fun. Your reactions, everything. It was awesome. And I love how we all kind of like, without even saying anything, like slowly just kept taking our costumes off, like pieces of our costumes away over time. Like we're all of the same mind as like, this gotta go. But you all look great. Thank you all of you who are watching. I hope you enjoyed it. This was amazing. I love the Halloween mods that we get to do for our games. So this was super fun for me. I hope again, congratulations to the Southern Twist and Captain Andor for winning the giveaway. Glad you're supporting us and participating. This is just the beginning of the giveaways and the things that we're going to do to kind of give back to all of you for helping and support us and being there for us. So we do appreciate it. I want to give some quick shout outs to folks. Just very quickly, Memo Lilo, thank you for following us. Climbing Chef, thank you so much for your sub for 3 months. That is awesome. Thank you so much. One of our wonderful mods, S. Jane Winchester, thank you for gifting some subs to people. That's amazing. Same thing for you, Ty Dynamite. Thank you so much. My beautiful wife, of course, always gifting to others. Zakamo20, thank you for the follow. And we had two. It was really cool. We actually had a couple of we had a follow and then a sub by Unconventional Heroes, who actually happens to be a good friend of mine outside of the game, named Gene, and his brother Remy. So thank you so much to you guys. We really appreciate it, and everybody else who may just be watching. We really do appreciate, or just listening to the craziness that we're doing. We hope that you continue to watch us, continue to support us. As I said, next week we're going to try rolling out some really cool stuff, follower goals, sub goals. Because it's unfortunately not going to be Halloween anymore. Some of the overlays will be a little different. Some of the alerts will be a little different, but they'll still be fun. So take a look at that, and yeah, can't wait to do the next giveaway. This is all great, and so I want to, as always, Thank you to my wonderful players. You guys, without you, I wouldn't have the fun of creating these silly mods for you all. We wouldn't even have a game. And again, thank you to all of you. Yes, sir.
Just a request for the starter set. If you could get, I know that Zero and I are about an hour away, that's fine, but if you can get majority of the others to sign the starter set, that was the request for that prize.
To sign it?
Mm-hmm. They want our John Hancock's.
Yeah, that's okay. That's the first time I've been asked to do something like that. I will say this. As long as you're giving us permission to take the plastic wrapping off of it before we sign, so you actually can still use the starter set, if that's what you want. If you just want it sealed in the box with us signing the plastic and you will never open it and you just want to have it like that, just let us know what your preference is before we do all that.
Or you can I can help print out some of our figurines that you have, and we could sign that and send it to them.
Well, we'll figure it. No, well, figurines are something different that we actually. Figurines are actually something we're planning on.
No, I mean our profile pictures. Yeah, put them in a little collage, and I'll print it up, and we can sign that.
Well, yeah, we'll figure it out. Just Southern Twist, since you're the one that got it, just let us know what your preference is on that, and yeah, absolutely, we'll take care of it. Yeah, definitely. Just discuss it with Lady Poopsie, and we'll go from there. But again, happy Halloween. If you're able to join us on Halloween at 9 p.m. on our Discord for Beetlejuice, please do so. Super fun. If not, have a great Halloween. Have a safe Halloween. Be good to yourself. Be good to others. Take care of yourself. Take care of each other. And we'll see you next time. Stand by after we actually close. We'll be doing a raid. So stand by for the raid. But again, thank you so much for being with us. We hope you enjoyed it. Take care. Happy Halloween.
We can do Dresden. We can do My Dear Serenity.
Let's do Dresden. We did My Dear Serenity last week. So.
Okay. Sorry, sweetie.
You okay?